another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there. So welcome one and all. Good to see you there, dear friends. So the Holy Holy song from the Eastern people. So the dulcet tones of the singers from the Eastern space. So Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. From $3 billion monthly under Jonathan, NMPC now remits $0 to CBN. So it's the person who should know that is telling us this, Emefiele. So what's happened since Goodluck Jonathan? That and by the way, that's $3 billion a month that the NMPC was remitting and now they remit nothing. So that's now $36 billion wiped off the Nigerian balance sheet. But what has happened since Goodluck Jonathan to Buhari, that's wiped out $36 billion just in a fell swoop. So hopefully we'll find that out in the course of reading this. From $3 billion monthly under Jonathan, NNPC now remits $0 to CBN. The governor of the central bank, Emefiele. So Emefiele making the headline there. So now, 2 days now, a turn up for the books. A turn up for the books. A turn up for the books. We will fish you out. Peter Obi's VP Dati threatens kidnappers and looters. So this is a real 360 turn in policy position, because his principal, Peter Obi, has always been quite categorical. There's no ambiguity in it. He has said if he takes over the reins of power, the last thing he will be doing will be chasing people who corruptly enrich themselves. So he said he was not going to go after the looters, but his vice presidential candidate either has a difference of opinion or there's a reversal in position. We will fish you out. Peter Obi's VP, Dati Ahmed, threatens kidnappers, looters. So quite why the reversal in position, I will find out shortly. 2023, Tinubu plans UK-US trips to discuss presidential ambition with global leaders. So there it is right there. So we've seen all of the main contenders, of course. We've seen them traverse. We've seen all of the main contenders. We've seen them traverse the globe, with the exception of Tinubu. He has not done that presidential travel. So it looks as though he's now taking his campaign globally. And of course, the obligatory Chatham House speech, the Chatham House engagement, you can bet that that is documented and scheduled for that trip. But what does this mean now as Tinubu goes global with his Agbado campaign? So Agbado in London, Tinubu plans UK-US trips to discuss presidential ambition with global leaders. So quite what this means, we'll find out shortly. So this now, this is nothing to do with politics, but this is a storyline that I have been tracking, and we have been tracking on this platform for quite a few months now. So we want our boots back, we want our property back, and we're talking about, of course, things looted under that colonial period. Benin bronzes, Nigeria hails Great Day as London Museum signs over looted objects. So there it is right there. I'm not quite sure if it shouldn't even be a penalty. Never mind London signing it over. But then it now being signed over, where does it then end up? So a lot of questions still. It should rightfully go to the Benin Kingdom, and they should already have a museum to house all of these things. Benin bronzes, Nigeria hails Great Day as London Museum signs over looted objects. So I have been tracking that, and I'm very glad to hear that as well. Tinubu begins US-Europe campaign December the 4th. So I think we've already caught that in another instance. So let me bring you this now. Femi Fani Kayode and Dino Milaye hug and laugh weeks after dragging each other online. So Dele Farotimi don't die at their war. These people, they don't give a hoot. It's all a sport to these people. If you don't know that already, which I'm sure that you do, if you don't know that already, then know that now. There's no animosity between or within. I'm not sure about Peter Obi, who is a new phenomenon to the space, but certainly no animosity between Atiku and Tinubu, certainly not. It's nothing personal. We've seen them at airports hugging and joshing and laughing at all of us. So there's no animosity between a lot of these people. It's just sport and politics. And that, of course, very much captured with this. There's a video to go with it as well, which I'll try and download to play to you. No, there is no animosity at all between these people. It's all sport to them. And if you die in their war, more fool you. Fani Kayode and Dino Milaye hug and laugh weeks after dragging each other online. So there it is right there. but you that you have fallen out with your friend and done all manners of things on their behalf. So that is what they think. So what does this portend for Osun State, though, is the question. You would have thought serious moments, the serious moments you would have thought require serious actions. But can you get serious actions from an unserious person? That's the question. Serious moments require serious actions, but can you get serious actions from an unserious person? So that question being put to Governor now Adeleke as he enters State House the way he has always been living his life, singing and dancing and acting the fool. Acting the buffoon, Governor Ademola Adeleke dances to Buga on his first day at work as governor of Osun State. So, that is it. If they say one chance, I think the people of Osun State, they have entered exactly that. If they are saying one chance, the people of Osun State, they have entered exactly that. So that is how ridiculous it's going to be for the duration in Osun State. So there it is. Potpourri. There's one more headline that I want to bring you, but I'm not sure. Let me bring you it and then we'll see. I am not fit as I used to be. I need a break. Grandmother 83 forced to put 37-year-old lover on sex ban because she keeps ending up in hospital. So 83-year-old woman dating a 37-year-old man, and then of course she cannot keep the pace. So there it is. That's just I'm not quite sure if that is what we should be discussing, but I saw it and it struck me, and I thought, okay, why not? Let's see what we make of that. So as ever, a rich and diverse menu. That's always the case. That's what you have come to expect of this place, a rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. So render yourself to the space for however long the session lasts, and then just go with the flow of the argument. Come join us on the screen if you're able to, but if you're not able to, then just argue along wherever you are. Argue along wherever you are. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. That should already be standard practice by now. So just as soon as you're logging onto the session, you click onto the like button. So that should just be a routinous thing that you do. So click on the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well by clicking on the subscribe button. So do that as well. So now, if you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that I'm highlighting on the screen right there. Now, if you want to come and join us on the screens, click on that hyperlink that you can see on the screen that says StreamYard, especially if you're a new voice or a female voice. If you're new and female, that's exactly what we're looking for, because underrepresentation, of course, of that tonality on this platform. So if you are new and female, then you get priority. So click on it. We don't bite, except you want us to. So there it is right there. So click on like, click on subscribe. Those are mandatory. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you are inclined to come and join us on this on the screen. So that is at your discretion. And then also at your discretion, if you feel inclined to donate towards the platform, click on the hyperlink that says buy your host a coffee. It doesn't actually say a coffee. It says buy your host cups of coffee. So with the emphasis being on cups, so make sure you go there and be just as liberal as you can be. So if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, then click on the link that says buy your host a coffee. So all of that. So as you set about those tasks, let me provide you with another little vignette of music as we get there before we get into the full throes of it. So another little sub song of music. And there it is right there. You caught me again in the middle of a bad habit. So, pardon me, it's vape. So, Osundi Owende, as guys, I bring you this. From 3 billion monthly under Jonathan, NMPC now remits $0 to CBN. The governor of the CBN informing us this time around, Godwin Emefiele. Godwin Emefiele, the Central Bank of Nigeria's governor, stated over the weekend that the official foreign exchange receipt from crude oil sales into Nigeria's official reserves has depleted from over $3 billion monthly in 2014 to $0 today. At the 57th Annual Bankers Lecture, sponsored by the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, in Lagos on Saturday, Mr. Emefiele said there was no significant loss in foreign reserves due to the Naira's struggle and the rise in demand for forex. He stated that a severe crisis in the Nigerian foreign exchange market is putting pressure on the country's reserves and suppressing the value of the Naira. The official foreign exchange receipt from crude oil sales into our official reserves has dried up steadily from above $3 billion monthly in 2014 to absolute $0 today, he said. The Apex Bank governor lamented that increasing circumstances, the Apex Bank governor lamented that increasing instances of crude oil theft have hurt Nigeria's ability to export enough crude, and consequently its foreign exchange reserves are falling. Mr. Emefiele explained that the inflation rate would continue to be high and beyond the 12.5% threshold that supports growth, but he said CBN could maintain the current tight monetary policy stance in the near term amidst rising inflation expectation and exchange market pressures. In the face of a declining supply of foreign currency, marked demand for commodities and invisible transactions has continued to rise across various users. The CBN governor claimed that the number of student visas granted to Nigeria to Nigerians by the United Kingdom alone climbed from an average of approximately 8,000 per month in 2020 to almost 66,000 in 2022, indicating an eighth-fold increase to an annual outflow of $2.5 billion in foreign exchange tied to the United Kingdom alone. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So from $3 billion a month remittances to the central bank coffers is now petered out to zero. What's the attribution? Oil theft and students schooling abroad. So the oil theft, of course, Buhari came in as a champion of military whatever. So why hasn't he used his expertise to tackle that? We've been what? We're 8 years now into his administrations, into his administration, and the excuses continue plenty. We will fish you out. Peter Obi's VP Dati Ahmed threatens kidnappers, looters. Vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Senator Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, has disclosed that if elected into office, he and his principal, Peter Obi, will fish out those terrorizing the country wherever they are. Dati said this on Monday, that the Labour Party presidential candidate will swing into action from the first month in office. He said the Obi-Dati administration will ensure it stops the incessant killing, kidnapping, and stealing of the nation's resources in the first month of the government and begin a healing process for the country. Correspondents report that Dati stated this during a one-on-one program on Channels Television today. The former lawmaker said kidnapping for ransom, subsidy racketeering, and money laundering, amongst others, would be tackled, and the economy will be boosted via investment in agriculture, infrastructure, and attraction of foreign direct investment. Asked what the Obi-Dati presidency would do in 4 years, Dati said, before you get to 4 years, in the first month, stop the killing and start the healing. Stop the stealing and start the keeping. Stop the slide and start the climb. So those are just peppy little buzzwords, meaningless, of course. It's always long on rhetorics and short on substance with that Obi-Dati space. In 4 years, you will see huge farmlands in the north, expansive roads going all over, industries in Kano and Kaduna, huge manufacturing outfits, refineries all over southern Nigeria, more bridges across the Niger, universities won't be on strike for 4 years, a stable naira and armed robbery will be a thing of the past. A community being attacked at night will be history. Kidnap on federal network, make phone calls on GSM, no. It says kidnap on federal network, make a phone call on a GSM, no. We will fish you out wherever you are. Nigerian armed forces will serve you justice. So there it is. It's still meaningless. That is stressed that the Labour Party administration, if given the opportunity, will not rest until corruption and highly placed individuals who stole from the nation will be brought to book. So that is where I wanted to land on, because of course, this is a reversal of position that Peter Obi has always maintained and adopted, that there will be no going after the people that looted the nation's coffers, but now a reversal of position, or the vice president, presidential candidate disagreeing with this principle. That is stressed that the Labour Party administration, if given the opportunity, will not rest until corruption and highly placed individuals who stole from the nation are brought to book. Racketeering in subsidy, I don't think so. Foreign exchange scam, definitely not. Gatekeepers around the villa, money launderers all over the villa, peddlers of influence around the villa, I assure you none. We won't have hangers-on that don't have the jobs, like it happened in the past. No way, it won't happen. According to him, Nigeria will witness very fast recovery, meeting our OPEC quota in oil production. Nigeria will start to export. Nigerians happily will be attending Nigerian universities and attending Nigerian hospitals, going on holidays to Obubu, Cross River, Yankari, Jos, all over the same way you see elites with their money going out on holiday. We will do our holidays here in Nigeria. Nigerians in diaspora will be coming back to Nigeria with their expertise and knowledge. We will bring all those hot heads back and make the Naira stable. So I'm not quite sure if there's any meaning to anything that has been said. And really, it's just, we will do it. Everything we would, there is no coherence to it. They will stabilize the Naira. There will be road constructions all over the place. There will be farmland being built all over the place. Huge manufacturing outfits all over the place. Refineries all over southern Nigeria. Bridges all over the Niger. Universities will not go on strike. It's just meaningless, isn't it? It's just meaningless. So a politician that promises that much actually is promising nothing. A politician that seeks to promise that much is actually promising you nothing. So empty words from Peter Obi's vice presidential candidate. But really, a reversal in that position that they will go after looters, which Peter Obi had categorically told us that they would not. So on to the next. Tinubu plans UK-US trips to discuss presidential ambition with global leaders. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, will embark on foreign trips from December the 4th to meet the global leaders and discuss his presidential ambition. This was disclosed by the APC Presidential Campaign Council on Monday, November the 28th, on Twitter correspondence report. The campaign council noted that Tinubu would travel to key Western capitals from December the 4th and will return to Nigeria on December the 12th to continue his campaign rallies and stakeholders' engagement, the tweet reads. The APC presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu will embark on foreign trips from December the 4th to meet with global leaders and pitch his presidential aspiration. Pardon me. Hold on. Right. The APC presidential candidate will travel to key Western capitals from December the 4th and is expected to return to Nigeria by December the 12th to continue his campaign rallies and stakeholder engagement. Tinubu and his delegation will be in London, United Kingdom, France, and key European Union member states to share his vision and plans and to also solicit the support of Western powers for the democratic process that will usher in the new administration in Nigeria from May the 29th, 2023. Tinubu hopes to succeed the APC-led administration of Mohamed Buhari. Since the party took over the leadership of the central government in Nigeria in 2015, this is the first time it will be organizing an election where it hopes to transfer power from one candidate from its own fold. While in London, Tinubu will address the Chatham House, the United Kingdom's elite foreign and policy think tank institution, where he will speak on security, economy, and foreign policy on Monday, December the 5th, 2022. Tinubu will embark on foreign trips to meet with some global leaders and influencers. Western powers are still very influential on elections in Africa, and they have more than passing interest in Nigeria's election as the largest economy in the continent and biggest black nation on the planet. Tinubu will use the opportunity of this trip to sell his agenda for national development and also solicit the support of the Western leaders for our transition program. So there it is right there. So Tinubu goes global, and it doesn't really matter if I suspect it might not be speaking Agbado there, because it'll be a more refined environment, and I don't think it will feel as though it's being held hostage, and it will be speaking to willing recipients of his message, which will calm and steady him to present that delivery. But how he performs at that Chatham House, because it's almost traditional, it's almost like going there to ask for permission. All these trips to Chatham House, it's really something that must stop. All these trips to Chatham House to go and beg to rule your own country. So this is where we are now. You have to go to London to go and beg to rule your own country, or to govern, I should say, not rule. It's only people like Buhari that rule. Okay, so a break from politics, but matters more heartening. Benin bronzes, Nigeria hails great day as London Museum signs over looted objects. A United Kingdom museum's signing over of its collection of objects looted from the Kingdom of Benin is a really great day. The head of Nigeria's National Commission for Museums and Monuments told the BBC. The Honeyman Museum in Southeast London is returning 72 items, including so-called Benin bronze, to Nigerian ownership, making it the first in the United Kingdom to officially take such action on this scale. Professor Abba Tijani said hanging on looted objects is no longer tenable. The move adds to pressure on other museums and galleries as they grapple with the question of restitution. The Benin artworks were forcibly removed in 1897 in a large-scale British military expedition. British forces attacked and occupied the city of Benin in what is now modern-day Nigeria. The formal signing ceremony transferring ownership of the 72 items back to Nigeria unconditionally takes place on Monday evening in front of Nigerian royalty and other dignitaries. In a speech, Professor Tijani praised the Honeyman. That's the name of the museum, by the way. In a speech, Professor Tijani praised the Honeyman for doing all it could to correct the past. Nick Morriman, director of the Honeyman Museum, told the BBC that after a lot of research and consultation, there was no doubt they had been looted. So there was no moral argument for their return. I think we are seeing a tipping point around not just restitution and reparation, but museums acknowledging their colonial history, and that is better history, I think, he said. He added it would lead to a fuller account of how collections have arrived in British museums. However, he also said it was important to note that some museums are subject to legislation which prevents them from removing items from their collection, whereas others, which are charities, such as the Honeyman, are allowed to do so. So there it is right there. So they get the Benin bronze back. London British Museum has 900. Let's do that again. London British Museum has 900 items from Benin, and Professor Tijani added, "I think the British Museum is watching. I believe they are now taking it deeply to see that they do something, because every museum across the world is saying it's not right for them to hang on to these objects." So there it is right there, the return of the Benin bronze. Because you see, and I suspect that there might well be some sort of a ritualistic ceremony to usher them back, because those things, they are not artifacts, they are ancestral deities, or at least they have ancestral resonance. So they're not just objects of art, and they're not even objects at all. In that space, they actually consider those things actually living beings. Like, they consider them the cross between the realms of human and spirituality. So I suspect that there will be some sort of like a ritualistic something done to usher those things back. So there is that. So let's go on to the next. So I'm not going to give you that story. It just doesn't fit with the climate of this platform. It was the lady, the 83-year-old lady. I think maybe we jettison that one. Fani Kayode and Dino Melaye hug and laugh weeks after dragging each other online. So I think, let me just see, we may well have captured the video. Let's see if we can just stay where you are. Talk amongst yourself. Una momento. For the Spanish speakers, they already know what that means. For you that are not as literate, that means hold on a moment. Una momento. So una momento. Okay, so let's go on to it. Fani Kayode and Dino Melaye hug and laugh weeks after dragging each other online. Nigerian politicians Dino Melaye and Femi Fani Kayode put aside their political differences to hug and laugh at a political gathering earlier today, November the 28th. Recall that both men have been slamming each other on social media since the 2023 general election campaign began. While Dino speaks for the PDP, Fani Kayode speaks for the APC. So there it is. I think really, I think it's more the video really just to acknowledge really that don't die in their war. So that's essentially don't die in their war sort of narrative. Hold on, let me just see. Let me see, what did I upload there? Okay, let me just grab this one as well. Just stay where you are. Stay where you are. Stay where you are. Hold on. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Yeah, don't be. The bag say, my phone if I say, how do you like my MCO Lomo? Do you think I will make a good Agbero? That's the question. Will I make a good Agbero? I certainly have the body size, but do I have the panache or whatever it is, you know? Would you believe that I have never been in a fight in my life? I cannot recall ever being in a physical fight ever in my life. Can you imagine that? I've never, ever been in a physical fight. So quite how I can be. Okay, yeah, so I got it there. So let me bring you this last one. It's really all to do with the video as well, but I'll just give you the little caption that goes with it, and then I'll play you the video in the room. Governor Ademola Adeleke dances to Buga on his first day at work as governor of Osun State. Governor Ademola Adeleke thrilled some residents of Osun State with his dancing skills as he danced to Kiss Daniel's song Buga on his first day at work as governor of Osun State. He assumed office on Sunday, November the 8th. So there it is right there. As ridiculous as he always has been. Ridiculous as he always has been. So let's kick it off then. Before I bring you the panelists, let me kick it off with the Buga silliness. It's really the police orderly behind that you need to pay attention to. That one you can literally say the thought going through his head that this I've entered one chance with these people. Let me play it again. Look at the policeman behind him, and a combination of bewilderment and contempt. A combination of bewilderment and contempt. There it is, Gomino. Okay, let me play you the second video. I'm playing you 3 short videos, and then and by the way, welcome to Ajanle Koko, of course, the top dog. Baba Akure, the topper dog, and War Peace joins us early this time around, Top G as well. So let me play you this other video as well.
It is an establishment in history that Mary had a century to look at conditions. This political still so these well documented odyssey begins that he was born in 1792.
So there it is right there. Don't die in their war. Don't die in their war, as they say. So now let me play you this third and final clip. So this is the Sultan of Sokoto now, but listen to what he has to say. Let me not preempt it. Listen to what he has to say.
If we have known the history of Fulani movement from various parts of the world, definitely we will not have gone to the situation we are in now. So everybody knows Fulani moves from point A to B. He moves in the bushes, he moves in the towns, he moves everywhere. He intermarries even with everybody. And we are peace loving. But how did we come to the situation we are in now? We find our children who are Fulanis, but not all of them are Fulanis, being in the position of banditry, kidnappings, and whatever. What happened? When we meet with the executive after this swearing ceremony, we will discuss how do we really go into these issues, how do we resolve them? Because it's high time we did. We cannot sit down and see this country going into fractures just because of certain things that were not done right.
So there it is. That's a Sultan of Sokoto, but I query the sincerity of what he has to say because this has been an ongoing thing. And the one thing that we know, he has a godlike supervision over that space, and his word moves that space a lot. And because of just the preponderance of the banditry, we know that it cannot be happening unknown to the people that can check it. And one of the foremost people that can check it are people like Buhari and people like the Sultan of Sokoto. So how sincere are those words? To your panelists, let's kick it off with Baba Akure. Baba Akure, are you ready? Baba Akure.
Yeah, I'm here, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Always a delight, always a pleasure. So that's Baba Akure for people always asking of him. So you saw that clip of the Sultan of Sokoto, but how sincere were those words by your reckoning? He's saying it is high time they put a check to the Fulani bandits, but why was it not a high time all the way through?
Well, thank you very much for having me tonight. Well, I think it is clear to everybody now that Fulani are are most people that causing confusion in Nigeria. But is it only Fulani doing this? No. But they are the majority based on the eyewitness and the count of so many people that are involved in, being their victim. So for this to come out from this man, I think it is clearly showing to us now that, okay, well, we know exactly, they understand, they know what is going on, but some of them are just plain, they are just want to be political correct. So that is why they don't want to admit that they are the people that really causing confusion in Nigeria. And I think he also mentioned that Fulani moved from one place to another from another country. But the only thing, I don't know if that is really what he means. But I think we need to really jettison this issue of Fulani from Gambia, Fulani from Niger. I think we should do away with that. Those people who are causing havoc, they are from Nigeria. That is my own opinion anyway. Because I don't see somebody coming all the way from Gambia and know in and out of what is going on in Nigeria and know every route in Nigeria to kidnap somebody and just go through the bush. And no, I don't really want to believe that.
But Bakure, it is possible, but really, more to it. Really, it's just people just being able to stroll through other people's property and destroy what they have labored for. So whether they are Nigerian Fulanis or foreign Fulanis, just the idea that they can stroll into a corn farm and just destroy it, that cannot be something that can be sustained.
That is right. So hopefully, I hope they, like you said, they want to mix some stakeholder on how to deal with it, and I do hope that they find solution to that, because what is going on, it is not really impressive. Particularly this issue of kidnapping, that you cannot even move freely on the road, you cannot go from one point, I mean, from point A to point B. It is very barbaric. So that is
All
my
right.
take on that.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to matters economic. So under the Goodluck Jonathan administration, Nigeria was earning $3 million, but not every year, every month, from NMPC remittances into the federal coffers. $3 billion. So multiply that by 12, by my rudimentary maths, that's $36 billion. So a tidy sum that will build a number of things. But under Buhari's administration, not only did it go down, it is zero. So and they are attributing it to oil theft and whatnot. So how is that justifiable, and why are heads not rolling off the back of it?
Well, thank you, Woman, for that. I think it's not issue of stealing crude oil and stuff like that. It is very shameful that Buhari is the Minister for Petroleum, and under his watch, the same ministry that is the head of is remitting $0 per month. Meanwhile, you pay salary to this MG and all kind of position or people that's working in that department. You send them to training in abroad, doing nothing, right? So it is just that the corruption in this administration is the worst in the history of Nigeria. Good luck, Jonathan is just a baby corruption to what is going on in this administration. Just baby corruption. What we and this was the reason why we voted out Good luck, Jonathan, particularly because of what's the name of this lady, Madueke. That is she stole $20 billion alone. But what is going on in this present administration is that one is just baby to this one. They steal the money by themselves. That is why they cannot remit anything, and nobody can do anything about it. You can't do anything about it when the head is not even the head is even corrupt. So what are you going to do with those young the subordinate staff? Nothing. You can't do anything about it. So the issue of theft of crude oil, it is not today. It has been happening, because if you look at the picture of the pipe that they joined with the one, I think one in Warri or Port Harcourt that they dictated the other day by Tompolo and his group, you will see that this pipe is not what they just installed two years back. It is not what they installed 3 years back. It has been there for a very long time. This thing has been going on for very, very long time. This crude oil theft, it has been going on, but yet Jonathan was able, his administration and those who were appointed at that time to NMPC, they were able to remit 3 billion every month, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
And that's according to Emefiele, and he would know.
Exactly. That if they could remit that at that time, you can imagine how much more that they're supposed to have remitted at that time as well. We are not praising them anyway. We are not praising them, because if they were remitting 3 billion at that time, so technically we're supposed to be getting like 30 billions every month. But they were able to remit 3 billion. So what of this one that with nothing, zero, and you are keep pumping money to that department. And the worst part of it is that Buhari is the minister for petroleum, and under his watch, they could not even remit any money to the Apex Bank. So it is very shameful. I by the time these people leave the power.
The thing is, they would have amassed, in fact, not they would have, they have already amassed so much wealth that it's almost impossible to get anything back from them. Somebody that commands $10 billion, how do you go about? You can't arrest him, you can't sue him. What do you do?
You said $10 billion?
At least quite a few of them would have amassed to that.
That's just baby money to these people. You are talking of, maybe you are talking of NNPC chairman or NNPC MD. But if it is all these people, they steal more than all that. They run the country aground, dry. Anyway, I wish Nigeria good luck in 2023. Anyway, that is what I can say. And one of the problems is that when nepotism take center stage of nominating or employ people into key position, that is the result of that. When you think that, okay, well, because some other part of Nigeria, you cannot work with them because you don't trust them. So what happened to your kinsmen that you trust now? And look at how they run the country aground.
Do you think the country's biggest problem is corruption or nepotism?
It is corruption brings nepotism. So I will say corruption.
Because because I think it is nepotism, because a lot of the people that even Tinubu'S running mate that he made, he was saying that what Buhari is running is a friends and family sort of government. So, and there are so many gatekeepers in there. So before you say Buhari, there's at least about 3 to 5 sets of people that you have to bribe heavily. And we're not talking, we're talking millions of dollars that you have to grease all the way in and grease all the way out. So incompetent people that don't really, not fit for the portfolios that they're giving, but they're just giving those portfolios because of the relationship with the president and of course corruption from there.
Well, you are right in your own opinion. But I started on my own opinion to the fact that corruption leads to nepotism, because you see all these people that they employed, they already give them money, spend money during their campaign. So I'm not really, I don't really want to believe that these people that employ working with Buhari, they are his immediate friend, or maybe, but it's just that, okay, where
Mamanda Rice, his cousin. Abia Kari is a family friend going all through his family. Tukar Buratai is the son of his old-time friend that he has always owed a favor. Ibrahim Gambari, he was his Minister of Foreign Affairs as a military dictator. And when he brought him back, he said he brought him back out of that loyalty. So it's just his friends and family sort of set up. Okay, not necessarily the best man for the job.
If you think so, but to me, I think it started. To me, I want to believe that it started with corruption. Like, okay, well, you give me this because I give you this, then you have to pay back, like sort of thing like that. Like, okay, because you do me this favor, okay, I'm going to give you this. So if you know that you are competent, you don't have to. I don't have to give you something. You don't have to be looking for. I have to give you something before you give me something. So that's why I'm saying that anyway. So you might be right in your opinion, but my opinion, that's my own opinion anyway.
All right, brilliant. So Tinubu takes his campaign globally on a world tour from I think pretty much next week, the 4th of December. And this habit they have, always going to Chatham House in London to go and take permission from their masters so that they can govern their own country. But what are you making of this Tinubu's global trip, and what do you anticipate that he might get out of it, if anything? Tinubu flies out. Babakure.
Well, I don't think that has any effect on the campaign. That is my own opinion. Anybody might another person might have contrary opinion. Now I'm going to start with this. You want to go to foreign land, Western world, and then campaign, unveil your campaign strategy and whatever you want to call it. Now, the Nigerians that you want to govern, so many occasions, they want to speak to you, like have opportunity of asking you questions. You refuse to come. Said blah 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 blah. That's what they are saying there. Then you want to go to US, you want to go to UK now, go to France, go to US, and then go and campaign. You want to go and unveil your agenda to King Charles III, or what's the name of this guy from this Prime Minister, UK Prime Minister?
Sunak.
Okay. And then you want to go to France, you want to go to US. What does he have to do with us? But are these people going to determine the election? If Nigeria can really stick to what they believe, and if they really believe that this is our country, this is their country, and they want to take the bull by the horn, I don't think it's going to really change anything anyway. And like I always say, if Nigeria believe that it's Tinubu their best choice, good luck. If it is Peter Obi, good luck. If it is Kwakwaso, good luck. If it is Atiku, good luck. But the election should be free and fair. Not that somebody will just come from one room and just bring out one ballot paper stuff with a ballot. Ballot box with full with a ballot box, and exchanges with the one on the line. So if Nigeria get their money, that's their own problem, and they vote for Tinubu, good luck. I am not going to crack my brain on that. It's after 4 years, they will refresh their memory, and they will say, oh well, if we have known, then they will try another one. But the free and fair election is what matter most to me right now.
But Baba, let me ask you a question. I'm not asking who you would like to see, but who do you think will win the in your heart of hearts? Who do you think will win the 2023 election? Who do you think will sit on that seat?
Well, based on I'm not going to dispute the fact that Tinubu know what to do, right? And I'm not going to dispute the fact that some northern leaders, particularly governors, will work because they are all criminals. They will try all their best to work for him because of their own selfish interest. Not that they are working for the northern as well. If they are hearing me now, they can go ahead and hear me very well. It's not that they are working for the interest of northern part of Nigeria, but they are working for themselves. When these people, this crook, gather themselves together and they spend their money, I see Tinubu as the person that they want to. So that is that. If that answers your question.
No, the only reason why I'm asking that question is a lot of people they are very critical of Tinubu because of his mixed speaks and concerns about his health, but no, they don't pay attention enough to how he's positioning himself in terms of policy, in terms of ideology, and in terms of his plan for the country. So this guy might make either a completely stupid speech or an extremely brilliant speech, but all people seem to listen for is if he says Agbado or if he says PDP instead of APC, and that is the headline of it. So if this guy is likely to be the next president of Nigeria, which a lot of people agree with you that he stands a good chance of being the next president of Nigeria, is it time for us to move away from all this? I'm just talking about the political space now, not necessarily you and I. Is it time for the political space to move away from all this inane Agbado all of the time? And he said APC, he will do that many more times. So if we're going to be just holding on to that, then the ship might sail before we reach the dock. Should we start to pay attention to this guy's policy positioning and interrogate that rather than people obsessing about all this agbado something? Is the agbado already done? You know, has it turned into popcorn? Let's forget agbado and talk about popcorn. Huh?
Well, I think you are very right with that, because I would like to go along with what you said. I think it is high time that we do away with this, like Dr. Abati said on TV the other day. He said it is time for us to move away from this issue of this person doesn't have certificate, this person doesn't have this, because if you want to contest all that, if you go to court, the constitution states that, okay, well, to be a president of Nigeria, you have to have at least CUSAT, which almost everybody have a CUSAT. So you cannot say, okay, Victor B does not qualify. You cannot say Tinubu does not qualify. You cannot say that Atiku does not qualify. So all of them are qualified in their own way. Now, people are saying that, okay, well, they should continue with that. They don't know what is going on, because, like I said, there's a lot of criminals in Nigeria, a lot of criminal politicians that they are working for their own interests, not because of the southern part of Nigeria, not because of the eastern part of Nigeria, not because of the northern part of Nigeria, but to get more wealth for themselves. It's not that they really care about people. Look at the video you just show now, right? You will see that you see what's the name of this guy? And Fani Kayode. Remember, these are the people that were fighting on I will do this, I will do that. They blasted themselves on Arise TV, right? Then look at what is going on right now. They are happy because they stole our money. They use our money to laugh. They just, what they are doing is just they are mocking us. Look at this. They will say, look at these fools. But you will be fighting, have cutlass, fighting for these people. Why? They just settle somewhere and they just drink their champagne and they just enjoy their life and just okay. Well, I think we can give you this position so you can make more money. So that is what is going on. They are mocking us. So it is time for Labour Party to do away with issue, or PDP or Kwawanso or whatever, to do away with issue of Agbado,
Bulubala.
It is time to do away with that and concentrate on the issues. What do you have for us? Then we can decide, okay, well, this is the best person. Like I always say, if I could be in Nigeria today, it doesn't really matter, because my mind is made up. I will vote for Peter Obi. Nothing can change it. That is the fact. It doesn't really matter if I'm wasting my vote. Good. That is my own. I'm voting for my own conscience. It's not because of issue of money. It's not because of, okay, because he's the best. I mean, he's the saint among them. But number one, because he's younger than all of them, I think he can still run around and see what he can offer the country. I'm not going to say that he's not going to invest money when he gets there. The issue of somebody is going to be saying when he gets there, let's just erase that. But the fact is that he is younger, he can still run around and see how best he can handle things. But not just somebody who's 70 years old, where we don't even have a good constitution or good how do I put it?
But for you know what disappoints me somewhat in this particular cycle. We are about 3 months away from to having a new president.
Yes.
And we're not even interrogating their policy positions yet.
Exactly.
So because most of them, at least, they've published manifestos, and within all of those manifestos, none of them have more than 7 central points. So at this phase of it, we should really be interrogating their plans for the country so that we can push them to either expand or jettison or amend so that we together perfect that plan for the country for whoever comes in. But we're still stuck on the personalities. We're still playing personalities and tribe.
That is true anyway. That is true. I think it is high time we like I said earlier. It is high time we do away with the issue of Agbado and issue of looking at okay, this person is sick and stuff like that. I think it's high time that we just focus on what are these people going to offer us, their policy. Then we can ask questions and hold them for whatever they say at that time. And if there is anything that we don't want in their program, then they can go back and adjust it. So I think that will be the best thing rather than just attacking one another. Though politics is just like that too. If you go to US, you will see that too. I could remember when in 2008 when Hillary Clinton was pointing into the face of Barack Obama, pointing to his face and cursing one another. So it is bound to happen. He's a Muslim. Barack Obama is a Muslim. Is this, is that. But eventually, when Obama won the election, Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State. So it bound to happen. It bound to happen. So the issue of Agbado will still be there, but we should focus on main issue. How are we going to move this country forward? That is my take on that.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. So, Baba Akure, let me take you to Osun State. And this guy, he danced his way all the way through. Now he has landed the most serious job in the state. But how does he attend his first day in office? Dancing Buga again. Is he going to go with that template of being the silly man, or what's the expectation for this guy? What are we measuring him against? What do you expect from a guy like Adeleke? He turns up at his inauguration and is dancing Buga. What's going on?
Well, anybody can dance Michael Jackson when they get their victory. Remember, this is the second time that this man was vying for that position, and he of course got it. But that is just his own personality anyway. And if you talking about governor, it is Wike. I will be talking about that. Okay, what was so special? What make him happy? But for this one, that has been his personality for a very long time. We saw a video where he was dancing in US with his maybe his girlfriend or his wife or his friend. So it has been consistent with that. So it is not something that is new to me. And does that mean that is how he's going to dance in his office? No. When it is get to a business, it is business. When it is gets to leisure time, where it is leisure time, he can dancing away his sorrow. He can do whatever he want to do. But I don't want to believe that when he's supposed to be working, he will be dancing. So that is it.
All right, brilliant. You know, Baba Akure, I just don't see it. I don't see how we can, in any hope, want to be a serious country, but then have somebody like it seems such a backward step that somebody like Adeleke is not known as an intellectual. He has no antecedent in business or industry. He barely had a political career, so there is nothing in his history to suggest that he has any capacity for anything. And what we do know him for is just being some clownish man. And just off the back of a family name, he seizes charge of one of the federation units of Nigeria. It's just it's so backward.
That's okay, woman. I don't really know much about his history, but I can tell you that I'm not going to say that he's not going to perform anyway, because the most important thing is that you have very good people in key positions that you are not the person that is really working anyway.
Is Davido not going to be the Minister of Finance? Davido,
I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. I don't believe that. I don't think he's going to do that anyway.
He will give him a portfolio now. Of course.
If he gets competent people into key positions I think he's going to perform. And I'm going to give you one example again before I go, before I let Mr. Alexander come in. You see, we are talking about Tinubu every single time. Like I said, if I could be in Nigeria today, I'm not going to vote for Tinubu. But if Tinubu do win the election, you never can tell he might be the person that might even turn the country around. Because I could remember, I'm going to refer back to issue of Obasanjo and this man from my state. What's the name of this man?
Olufalaye.
Do you remember that one man?
No, Olufalaye.
Olufalaye. Thank you very much. I was arguing with somebody. Yeah, thank you very much. I was arguing with somebody on this platform the other time that you can now say that Yoruba don't like, they always kick against one themselves. Yoruba mostly supported Olufalaye during that time because most of them don't really trust Obasanjo, believing that he will be working for the northern part of Nigeria. But what do we see after Yaradua? I can say he is the best among them up to now. Then after him is Yaradua, the late Yaradua. And I can still tell people on this platform, when Obasanjo came to power, teacher were being paid for 600 naira. 600 naira. It's not somebody. It's not that they told me. 600 naira. They get paid. Immediately Obasanjo enter into power. That is when you start seeing a teacher buying vehicles. And when you see them on the road, accidents everywhere. And they say, oh, who has accident there is Obasanjo's children. Because things were working good. Money were there. Though we know that our constitution still bad at that time itself. But Obasanjo worked very well. You never can tell. We might write off Tinubu. If he does win, good luck. If it is Atiku, good luck. If it is Obi, good luck. But what I'm concerned about is that credible election that Nigeria will truly choose whoever they want to be the president of Nigeria. It's not an issue of somebody rig somebody into the place. If Tinubu find his way and Nigeria vote for him massively to Aso Rock, good luck. If it is Peter Obi, good luck. It is Kwakwaso, good luck. If it is Atiku, good luck. But free and credible election where nobody will tamper with the result of the election. So,
all right.
Tinubu that we're talking about might eventually be second in command to Obasanjo if he does win. But if I'm in Nigeria today, I'm not going to vote for Tinubu. You can write my word down. I don't care about that.
You know, I suspect that Tinubu will be the person that will transform that country into what we all dream of. But we will see. But I'm going to ask you about the Benin bronze in a moment, because it's a story that I'm particularly interested in. But of course, the mighty Mr. Gomez joins us. And you know, when Alexander turns up, the whole place must stop. So, Alexander, good to have you. Sorry, unmute.
Thanks for having me, one man. Thanks for having
me. Always a delight.
I was, like you know, I was on a son's platform earlier, like you do know, and I sat there, and I'm going to repeat here that whoever the INEC authority declares the winner, so long as it's free and fair, according to Baba Correct, we should give him all the support to take us to where we're supposed to be, to make Nigeria great again, to coin Donald Trump's expression in America. Well, part the climb in activities and the way I'm seeing the movement playing out, and I see his campaign team working hard. I can't see Tinubu not winning this election, even if it's fair, free, and transparent. I think that was having a conversation with someone very important this morning, an actress actually, someone that was your classmate, one man in primary school, not secondary school, because I don't think she went to Maryland, but she did go to Maryland Comprehensive Primary School.
Convent,
Yeah,
Maryland
yeah,
convent.
convent, yeah, convent. So she did tell me that she was this surprised me. She said, "Look," she says, I have a relationship with Tinubu. I see Tinubu all the time, and there's something that people are talking about that baffles her. She says people are saying that Tinubu is buying everybody. She says, "Let me tell you something." She called my name. She said, "I haven't earned a penny from the Tinubu space, and that man is not spending anything. They're just going the way it's supposed to go. Not that there's no money in circulation sooner or later, but I think they want to start releasing funds the closer they get to the election date. But right now, nobody's buying any voters." She says, quote me, "I'm telling you because I'm part of it. I'm not being paid. I'm using all my money right now to do this, but I know I'm going to get my money back. So let's forget about Tinubu having so much money to buy the electorate. That's not what's playing out. This person's in a caucus, and she knows what she's talking about. So, and I trust her wholeheartedly because I've known her for a long, long time."
Alexander, it really disappoints me because the politics that the Nigerian space is playing, I
Mm,
consider it to be lazy politics.
mm,
Tinubu is campaigning to be president,
mm.
but other people seems to be campaigning just to
To bring
Tinubu
him down.
to bring him
Yes,
down.
yes, that's true. I noticed that too. I think the handwriting is on the wall. They know in their heart of hearts that he's the favorite to win, and that's why they're trying to demarket him. One word that I've learned from this platform too. They're trying to demarket him, but it's not working. The more they demarket him, the more popular he gets. You see, this is what I know about this man. One, because I'm a Lagosian from the same local government. And secondly, because I know how that generation of, and Angelico can confirm this, how generation of Lagosians behave. They're extremely detribalized and very, very playful, full of effort. They're very jovial people. And he has a lot of political clout. People like him because he's helped people in the past. Let's forget about this. He stole Lagos money. He's done this. He's done that. That's neither here nor there. Let's put out the back burner, right? But let's talk about the person himself. He has a lot of political will because people think it's time for them to repay for all the help he's done for them in the past. Be you Igbo, be you Northerner, be you Southerner, and that's what's playing out here right now. Is it the most qualified person? Is it the fittest person in the world for that job? No, but like you said on this platform yesterday, right now, nobody can take it away from him. He's campaigning more than any other presidential candidate, twice as much as any other presidential candidate. He's here, there, and everywhere. And it's beginning to take its toll on him because this is not a young man. Atiku is not doing half of what Tinubu is doing. So if he wins, it's the dividend of campaigning, it's the dividend of hard work because he's doing what he's supposed to do. The way he's playing this politics is on a totally different level from the way Atiku and Obi are playing it. Totally, totally. He's doing things that I've never ever.
Alexander, there's an inherent contradiction in this now subsisting mantra that this guy is unfit mentally and physically. So they're saying Peter Obi is a younger and more agile spec. They are saying Sowore is an agile, more younger spec. But this guy, he has since the presidential primaries, he has not been off the roads. Twice
Mhm,
as much as both of them, as you've just
mhm,
rightly described. He has campaigned. If they are saying somebody is fighting for a
mhm,
presidency, this guy
mhm.
is fighting for
Yeah,
that thing,
yeah. It
and
reminds
a
me.
literal fight.
Yeah, it reminds me of of the Awolowo Shagari Nnamdi Azikiwe campaign of the late 70s and early 80s. We haven't seen that in a long time. This guy is doing an amazing job. Is it popular? Some people have a lot of reservation about him, including Rational Mind. And I asked him rightly today on another platform, did what's this personal thing with you and Tinubu? Did he cancel a contract that your father owed in Lagos or something? He started laughing. But there's something deeply personal about Rational Mind and something deeply personal between the relationship in the two people. I can tell from the way he talks sometimes. It's not all about he's taking Lagos to himself. It's much deeper than that. But anyway, let's come back to this space.
You know, there is nothing that is being levied against Tinubu that nobody in the political field, with the exception of Shore, is not guilty of. They all took advantage of their offices, and because he was had the biggest office, i.e., Lagos State, he had more of an advantage to take. Are we saying that Atiku is not a looter or Peter Obi or what's it, Hamza or something? They're all the same.
Yeah. Obi, I say it again, Obi. Sometimes because there's a difference between Obi and Obi. It's different, but sometimes I mispronounce, but that's neither here nor there. I think Peter Obi, I'm getting the impression he doesn't understand how complex it is to be the president of a country like Nigeria. You know, it's not Anambra State. It's not Imo State. It's not even Kano State. It's Nigeria, where you have different nationalities come together as one that don't necessarily like each other. And you have to play that detribalized game. And you have to understand the people. You got to be able to go to Kano and speak their language, not literally, but speaking a language they understand. Come to the South, West, you do the same thing. That's what Tinubu has that no other person has in this race. A lot of people think he's sick, and I think he's sick. In actual fact, the person I was talking to this morning confirmed that yes, he's not well. You know, but like one man said on this platform, according to that foolish man called Babangida, anybody can be president of Nigeria. What you need is delegation. You go on the golf course, delegate, and jobs get done. So I think that's the kind of method he's going to adopt at the end of the day. But right now, unless something dramatic happens, I can't see him losing this race. And I've told the obedience that let's just embrace and pray for whoever eventually becomes the president of Nigeria, that he has the best intentions and that he could take us out of this state of poverty into what we were in the 70s. You know, that's my position.
Alexander, you see,
yes.
This is the reason why the youth don't want to go into Nigeria politics. They feel like the boss don't hold.
I can hardly hear you, son.
I'm saying
this is Charlie Boy, isn't it?
This is the reason why the youth doesn't want to go into Nigeria politics. They feel like the team is going to win. That's why the youth don't want to go into politics in Nigeria. This is the reason why. My generation feel like we're fed up. Feel like our boss doesn't hold. The team
your generation don't know. Your generation don't know the Nigerian space very well, son. That's the problem. You can't. You're American. You sound American. So I don't know whether you understand what Nigeria really represents. The people don't actually know how powerful in the world space Nigeria is. We don't respect what we have and who we are, and we just need somebody to just take us to the next level. It's very important. I'm hearing a lot of violence. We'll take our country back by fire or force and all that. That's because a lot of people who talk on the social media were not born during the Biafra War. I told them to go ask Ajale Koko. He would tell them, because I was in England, he would tell them what war is really about. And when you see it, you wouldn't wish it on your worst enemy. So just let's pray. Let the best person win the elections, and let's be able to celebrate the person and pray and give him the support to take us to the next level.
Alexander,
you can't blame the youth. You can't blame them because
No, I'm not blaming
they are
anybody.
tired.
No.
You can't blame the youth for the anger. You can't blame them. They are tired. They're fed up.
So sorry, Charles. What would the youth like to see happen? Do they want them to be handed the presidency? What's the plan?
No. The youth want to see progress. They want to see something. They don't want,
And what are they doing to ensure that happens?
like, and you don't want a person who keep making promises every time they make promises but nothing happens. They don't want
Right.
that.
And what are they doing to make something happen?
And they're not doing nothing now.
Well, there it is, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
No, it's not a matter of right and wrong, but 70 something percent of the Nigerian population comes under the youth bracket, which is from the age of 35 all the way going down. So there is absolutely no excuse for any youth to belly ache about the state of Nigeria when they can just seize control of it easily. It's so easy for the youth to take over that. Very, 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 very easy for the youth to see.
One man, can you do me a favor? Can you read that thing you posted by Solazone?
Yes, I was just going to point it to you. So that's the thing. So you gather your group, Charles, and then take the country. That's what we all want. We don't want Tinubu or Atiku. We want a youth, but we don't want Peter Obi because it's part of the old guard. But our Solar Zone is asking you, Alexander. It says, quick question, please. Would you vote Tinubu if you had the opportunity? So that's Solar Zone, pointing it directly at you.
I would have reservations because I think he's not in the space health-wise, because it's going to be a grueling job because the country's in a total mess. But I'll choose him because of the experience and because he has governed and because he has taken Lagos to where it is today. So based on those antecedents, I think I would go for him. But it's not something I would jump at. I would just weigh my pros and cons, and I'll probably eventually land on him. Yes, I would. Yes. With a lot of reservations, but I would.
Are you saying you have not identified a better option in the field? Surely there must be a better option.
Well, if not because of this North-South thing, I think I like if not because of this North-South, the Fulanis can't rule for 16 years and all that. I kind of like Kwakan, so I kind of like him. I like him a lot. I think he has a lot to offer. And based on what he's done in Kano State, I think he has a lot to offer the country. But unfortunately, it's not his turn. That thing should come to the South. So that's where we are, man. So I do not want to take over your show because I love to listen to what people are saying. Sometimes I get flabbergasted when I hear certain things, like someone saying that they discovered oil because all the oil from the north, from the south, from the Niger Delta was pumped to north. So that's why they say they have oil in the north.
That's the level that we're dealing with, you know. Can you imagine that?
When I hear things like that,
give up now. How do you start to argue or educate a mind like that? You just hands up now that they pumped the oil from Niger Delta, a billion barrels.
It's not a billion barrels of oil in the north of Nigeria.
Yes. So that they can pump it up again. How do you begin to have a conversation around that?
I know. It's sad, isn't it? Anyway, thanks for having me, Woman. Let me let you continue to show.
Thank you, Alexander. Some people should not be allowed out in public without supervision. They should not be allowed out. They are not. Obodo, I hope you are not going to start trouble again. No. Some people should. Baba, did you hear that? They are claiming, they've discovered oil in the north. But what they are now claiming is that the usual suspect is that they stole the oil from Niger Delta and then took it to Bauchi State and then claimed that they are digging for oil.
Well, I don't believe that anyway, but I'm not going to antagonize those who believe in that too. Because we have seen so many things in Nigeria that you think it is true, but eventually it was never true. Look at the rice pyramid that is they displayed the other time. and most, in fact, more than half of it was bought from other country, and they claim that the food, the rice were produced in Nigeria. So these are the things. So those who believe in that is the level that that the government already put them to. But to me, I cannot really believe in that. Like one silicon mask is in Aso Rock. I don't think Nigeria is a corrupt place, but it's not as corrupt as that. That somebody will come from Sudan and come and take over Aso Rock and silicon mask and all that kind of nonsense. So it's not the same thing like this issue of crude oil and is it now or where?
Yeah, I think it's in Gombe or somewhere in the north. Yeah.
Nigeria government have not been okay. It is just the way that the Nigeria government has never been transparent in their dealing with the citizens. That is why.
All right, brilliant. And let me take you to the Benin Bronze space. All right, and let me take you to the Benin. Yeah, the Benin Bronze space, and they are now bringing it back. But the way it's being received, almost like with gratitude. So what are you making of all of our treasures being locked up in all these foreign countries?
Well, it is showing you how big Nigeria, I would say, was. But we hope that we can get to that level again. That is if Nigeria is not divided. So, so these people, they see the potential in what we do, and they love it. That is why they took it away. And you know, it is when something is very special to you and you see the importance of that thing in your life, I think that is why they are jubilating of having it back anyway. It's just like indigenous people all over the world. Their land, their ancestral land is very, very important to them because they attach to those land. So that is why when you move them away from that land, they always have some problem, one kind of problem. So bringing bronze and all this artifact back to Nigeria, and we welcome with drum and pop-up, I think is a very good idea because it has attachment with Nigeria and it has attachment to that community that those things came from. So that is my take on that, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba Kure. Thank you, Baba Kure. You did promise us your Caribbean flag, but it's still missing. What's happened? You carry the passport, but you can't fly the flag.
The other where you don't worry, I will bring it soon.
do you have one, or are you going to go and buy one specially? Do you have one?
No, I have one. I have one here.
I
have it in my upstairs.
All right.
But there was a day I put it here, but you didn't pay attention, one man.
Oh, you didn't draw attention to it now. You said, okay, look this.
Okay, don't worry, I will show you in a moment.
You know, the day you bring it out, we'll make you sing the national anthem of that country. You have to do this. You have to do this.
One man, you can't be serious.
Do you know it though? Do you know the national anthem? Look at this guy. You carry the passport. You don't know the anthem. Look at Baba Kure.
One man. You can't be serious, man. In fact, I can tell you that even Nigerian national anthem, where I was born, I forgot that long time ago.
Nigeria call me. Nigeria call me. All right, but we want to see that flag, Baba Kure. You must show us.
No.
All right, Baba Kure, thank you. Stay with us. Let's go on from Baba Kure. Let's go to we go to Ajale Koko in a moment, but let's go to the progressives first. So the progressives are you ready to go? All right, he's not ready to go. So let's go to Ajale Koko then, who hopefully is ready to go.
Yeah, woman, what's up?
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Ajale Koko, as always. So to you then, and immediately to it, from $3 billion monthly under Jonathan, NMPC now rebates $0 to the CBN. This is Emefiele, who was the CBN governor under both administrations. But if anybody should know, he should know. So where is that $36 billion then, Ajale Koko?
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, it just show completely how this administration has failed us economically, and how it has financially bankrupted that country. This news is enough for that country not to vote for APC at all, because by this performance, they could be regarded, or they could be seen as an administration that have committed a financial and economic sabotage against the country. I mean, how dare on earth that you campaign before you are elected that you will improve on the economy, you will improve on the security, you will fight corruption, and these three factors that were responsible why people voted you in power, you fail completely in them. You brought the economy down to the lowest ebb. You turned the country to a country that cannot generate revenue anymore. And the security situation was off, completely was off under you. I mean, it's just a total, economic sabotage that this country, this administration have committed, financial and economic and everything, sabotage against the country. They deserve not to be punished. Not to be punished. And the way to punish an administration that failed completely is never to vote for them. Never again to vote for them. You see, it's
But the administration is not on the ballot. The party is on the ballot. So yes, don't vote for Buhari again. But it's Tinubu.
Well, whether it is administration or no, it is APC I'm talking about. APC fail us. We just have Buhari as the head of the administration. But the party that govern is APC. And they have bankrupted the country. They have turned the economy to they turn it to an economy with no prospect, with no, like, an economy that is no more attractive to investors. You have seen investors moving out of the country every day. The foreign investors foreign investment has dwindled during their time, like almost 100% compared to when they took over. They have set the economy of the country 40 years backward. We are not moving forward. Nigeria doesn't, and they have put that country in such a very serious debt hole that as of today, debt servicing surpasses the revenue we make. And we continue to borrow with no plan on how to improve on that revenue generation. No plan, nothing whatsoever. Because businesses continue to die every day in that country. The economy, the inflation is at a high rate. The value of the currency is nothing to write home about. They have completely messed up everything. This is a disaster completely. It's a disaster. It's more than you know. After disaster, what else? This is where we find ourselves, and it's so unfortunate that we can tolerate this.
But how do they rationalize it? Ajanle Koko is what mystifies me, because all of the factors that were in play under Goodluck Jonathan are still in play. They were all theft under Goodluck Jonathan. There was corruption under Goodluck Jonathan. The refineries were not. So all of those things were there under Goodluck Jonathan. But with all of that being the situation, they were still able to remit $3 billion a month. So what changed significantly for $3 billion to completely wipe out to zero? It's just outright theft, isn't it? Just outright theft.
It's outright theft, as you describe it, and a complete mismanagement of resources. And what is responsible to the management of our resources is because we have incompetent people in position of strategic position in our country. People managing the economy are incompetent. People managing the security are incompetent. People managing the financial sector, they are incompetent. I mean, the number one is incompetent. The people in charge of this oil and gas sector, where we should have comparative advantage over every other country in Africa, we have people that are incompetent in need and I mean managing them. Plus, you have bad policies, bad and corrupt policies in place that is not meant to work for the country, but to work for the cabal in order to loot the resources, loot it for their own advantage and not to the advantage and benefit of the country. And that is what is killing the country. Right now, that we have, since we have this Russian and Ukraine war, we should have been making money. We should have recovered from the COVID shock and the economic hardship that COVID brought on every economy around the world. We should have recovered quick. We should have been making tons of money right now. We should have been in a financial buoyancy, building infrastructure everywhere, and investing on education, healthcare, and all the strategic infrastructure that can facilitate economic growth. But where we are losing. We cannot even produce the quota being allocated to us by OPEC. We are allocated with, to produce 1.8 million barrels a day. Hardly, we are not producing up to 1 million due to, the worst of the worst theft that is going on in that industry, oil and gas industry. And, that when there are certain things that Jonathan was doing right when he was there, like the way they were able to negotiate with the Niger Delta guys, and they have people monitoring this pipeline in order to prevent it from being, in order to prevent this
sabotage.
Buhari came, it drove everybody away. The contract that Jonathan signed with various group of people around the country, like the Tompolo in the Niger Delta, and what's the name of that? This other guy that always fight Nnamdi Kanu.
Azurike Ralph.
No. This.
Azari Dokubo. Azari. Well, we've not heard from him for a while, you know.
Azari Dokubo. Azari
Dokubo.
So how come that name has been silent in this electoral cycle? He's usually not shy with his opinion. So
no, he was on the TV recently, like some few days ago. It was on with channels some few days ago. He was talking on that oil theft going there. He said they are all lying. He said they know everything that is going there. He said the government cannot say that they don't know anything. He said they are just lying to Nigerian people. And he explained in details how oil can be exploited, how it can be taken from one ship to the other, from one vessel to the other. He said it's not. It's nothing. It's something that is not that easy if there is no collusion by security forces, by the NNPC, by he said all of them are involved. So Jonathan have this contract for them to protect the pipeline. Gani Adam was protecting those along the western side, and they were doing this thing, and production was on the high side. Before the Jonathan came in, this Niger Delta guy were waging war against the multinational there, and they were able to brought down the production capacity to like 500,000 from 1.8 or 1.5 then. They brought it down to 500,000. But when Yaradua came, he negotiated with them, he gave them their deal, and then everything went down, and production went up. And then revenue went up. That was what Jonathan did. They tackled it in the most, a better way by dialogue, negotiation, and then put some control measure in place so that we can have a continuous what do you call production capacity. But Buhari came, it destroyed it, and then the problem, people went back to business. And I believe he did that for their own selfish purposes as well. They cannot say that by the time they came, they didn't see what was going on there, the way everything was working well. The same thing he did on the security. Jonathan had some mercenaries on the ground fighting Boko Haram, beating Boko Haram to the ground. He came, he canceled that contract. Those military contractor, they left, and then the security situation was off. And then from Boko Haram, we started seeing banditry and some other element joining forces, and all we saw in the north is complete, security problem, and we saw, this war extended to the west. The war that was in the northeast, it extended to the west. Banditry and the others, they went there and started ravaging, villages, sacking people. They are taking taxes, they are taking land. So this man failed completely fail. That today, if you want to exchange your dollar to naira, I think maybe it's going to about 800 naira now or something like that. Last week it was like 780, 750, between 750 to 780 to a dollar. I don't know how much it is this week from today. So, but
It's 930 to the pound, 930. So we've not still crossed that. Because my anticipation was that I will cross the 1,000 threshold, but we've not done that yet.
Well, we are going to cross it because the more we are starved with forex, the weaker our naira will become, because we're going to have a limited forex, and you're going to see large sum of naira pursuing few forex, and the value will continue to go down. So
it will go up in December when all that Christmas money pumps into the market.
Yeah, that is always the tradition, but we don't know how many people want to travel to Nigeria this year for December, because a lot of people are afraid to travel around the country. We have seen what is going on, the way people being kidnapped at Lagos-Ibadan Express Road and going to the east. There have been a lot of report of kidnapping. So, but we see if people will pump in money, dollar, definitely a lot of people will send money home, to their family, to have a nice Christmas. So we hope that yes, Naira will appreciate in value in December. So, but one man, it is just a complete failure by this APC administration, incompetent people managing the economy, managing everything, all the strategic position, and that is what is responsible. Managing the financial sector as well. The man in charge of the Emefiele, is not helping too. Look at the exchange, the currency the design, as they call it. Do you know how much it costs? It costs about 260 billion naira for that. 260 billion. Just to say you want to redesign money that doesn't have even value. What are you redesigning for? You say you want to mop up excess liquidity in the system, and then 260 billion responsible for that, just like that. I mean, these people are just looting and they are stealing it openly.
No, that spend will pay for itself from the monies that is not able to make its way back into the system, and then is written off against the reserves.
Well, but if that money,
I think Nigeria will make close to about $5 billion from that move.
How?
Because they're saying nearly 2 trillion naira is floating around there, which will be roughly about 10 billion naira dollars thereabout. Just my guesstimation. But half of those, I'm not sure that there are monies that can make their way back into the system. And if they don't make their way back into the system, the government will just write the value of that money back into the reserves, into the country's reserves.
Okay. All right. Let's see. But mine is that the government the banking managers should concentrate more in making banking system attractive to low income earner in Nigeria and small businesses in Nigeria. That is the best way where you can have money. I mean, a greater percentage of the money in circulation going through the banking system. But when you don't make the banking system attractive, you don't make the bank attractive to ordinary folk right there, they won't still have confidence in the bank, because the banking system is is a system, it's a dubious system in Nigeria as well. It's a dubious system that you go and put your money in the bank and they'll be stealing your money every day by a way of charging you fee today, fee tomorrow, and before you know it, they will deduct all sort of fee and they will take all your money from your bank. So it's a dubious system that does not give, does not help, does not give that loan to small businesses in order to expand on their to expand their businesses. So when you see the bank not doing what they're supposed to do by giving out loan, particularly to businesses, irrespective of what business whatsoever, as long as it is registered, as long as they pay their taxes, as long as they remain in business for some years, after 3 years of some few years, they should be able to get some banking facility so that they can expand and to encourage them to remain in business, to continue to contribute their own little quota to the economic development of the country. But when you don't see banking system responsible for that, but rather what they are interested in is to give loan to Dangote, give loan to some of the billionaire friends, and they run the banking system, to cover up their own shady deal, and not for ordinary folk out there. You can't have you can't stimulate the economy, and you can generate economic growth in such a country. So one man, everything is just, you have people that are very corrupt, highly corrupt.
It's unbelievable that something can go from $3 billion a month to zero, but with no significant change in the process to say that this was a seismic event that happened to effect that change from $3 billion a month to zero, but everything else remained the same.
How on earth should that be allowed? Why do we have government?
Well, the Minister of Finance is the president, so he cannot claim not to know. So that tells you.
How on earth do we have government? Government should be able to see when the country is not heading towards a good direction and take caution and redirect it in such a way that that country will work for everybody. How on earth, from 3 billion, and it went down, continued to go down, and everything vanished to zero? How on earth? Not only that, by the time that they came in, what do you call this thing? The money in excess crude oil account was like $2.8 billion. The money has been depleted to 300,000 now. This administration has borrowed a hell lot of money from the central bank to pay salaries of workers, more than it is required by the law. The law requires that the government can only borrow 5% of the total revenue generated at the preceding year. But what did they do? This central bank governor allowed them to borrow more than what the law that set up the central bank allowed them to borrow. It borrowed it to the federal government. They came in, the debt they met on the ground was $10 trillion. 10 trillion naira. Today, it has ballooned to about almost 50 trillion naira. What kind of performance? How would you score this kind of performance? If anything, what's up than zero performance? What is what's up than -0? This is what this administration have brought in terms
so
of economic performance.
if the NMPC, if it's not remitting any money, then what purpose is it serving within the Nigerian state? And how is that possible now? I'm just trying to wrap my head around. I don't understand
difficult.
What's going on. How can we have oil and it's not bringing in money? Are we not the only country in the world where I've never heard of that before?
It's just unimaginable, one man. There's no way you want to look at it.
And they just announce it casually.
And they just get away with it.
And no repercussions.
No repercussion, nothing been punished, nobody been punished, nothing happening. The situation getting worse every day. It's just like that. And
you know, when you pause to think about it, you know, when the top 10 largest oil exporting country in the world, when you pause to think about it's not possible now. It's just man.
It just
sometimes you know you just shake your head.
It just.
Are you there? You've been knocked out by the oil theft, Abby.
It's just an open looting. This is koro looting. Nothing's going to happen. And everybody, you know, people are so hopeless. And that is why you see professionals running out of the country every day. Doctors are running out, nurses are running out, teachers are running out, every sector, engineers are running out. What is going to remain for the country? What is it? Under this same administration, everything scatter. This is a gross incompetence of people in charge of power, looters, highly corrupt people, and that is why we have that situation, one man, where from 3 billion every month to $0. Zero.
You know, and that's according to the central bank, so it's categorical. So there it is. There it is. So Ajale Koko, are you taking a call or should I take you to another space?
No, I'm good.
All right. So Tinubu now, from the 4th of January, from the 4th of December rather, he'll be doing on a global campaign, kicking it off in the United Kingdom, no doubt. And then that Chatham House speech that has almost now become an obligation for anybody vying to be the president of Nigeria. So what are you then making then of this need for anybody that wants to govern their own country to go and take permission first from their colonial masters? What are you making of Tinubu's global trip?
One man, it is unfortunate that we have our leaders running to foreign land to sell their campaign to whoever, colonial criminals, colonial whatsoever we want to call them. Peter Obi did so. He went out as well. He went to meet some people. Well, they might have said, oh, he went to galvanize support from Nigerians. But still, we saw him meeting some official. He had interview with CNN. He met some officials in US, in some places, some other places. Atiku did the same thing. When he left out, he went to meet some officials in US. He traveled to some part of the world as well, meeting them. Look, those are not going to bring any food on the table for ordinary Nigerians. They are doing that to market themselves to the colonial master, as you said, to get their endorsement, to get their blessing, and getting blessing from the colonial master will not serve us, will never serve our interests. That is what we should understand. It will never, never serve our interests. The interest of the colonial master is not the interest for the common good of Nigerian people. It's for their own selfish interests. So I don't support it. I believe that these politicians, Nigerian people should stand up against them and just teach them a lesson of their life by voting for a different candidate that is ready to stand up for us, our own man, the man that look like us, that believe in us, that live within us, that is ready to do what we work for Nigerian people, that is not meeting the colonial master. That is the person, those are the guys that we should vote for. Nigeria is a country that is blessed that colonial master should run come to beg for business. We should be in a position of strength to dictate to them when they come for business, for anything whatsoever in our country. We should be in a position of strength to dictate to them, this is what you should do. This is what we want you to do. This is the specification on what this contract we are giving you. You understand what I'm saying? So, because we have all the resources, we have everything that is more than enough for us to be one of the world giants, enormous of resources. We have oil in abundance everywhere that is not even tapped. We have gas everywhere that we have not even tapped. And we have many other mineral resources everywhere. And so we have agriculture. We are blessed with, agricultural produce. What is it that we don't have? Is it ginger you want to talk about? Is it cocoa? Is it coffee? Is it gemstone? Is it sesame seed? Is it cashew nut? What is it that we don't have? So these people, they are not fit to govern us. They are not fit to lead us because they will never represent our interests. Going to London, to campaign in London, to deliver speech to the delight of a white man, to the delight of the white man, not to our own delight. People that are running away from having face-to-face debate with Nigerian people, but they want to go to London to speak to a white man, to convince white man why a white man must support them to govern our country. Those are people supporting them should be very shameful of themselves. They are not capable because they are not going to represent our interests. The same thing Buhari did. He went to Chatham House to deliver speech. What has he brought for us? But I want to tell you, he represented the interests of the London very well in this administration. During his time, I believe he never jeopardized their interests. I believe it took care of their interests very well, because you never see them, even for human rights violation, you never see them condemn him. You never see them condemn him on any issue, because it represented them well and is doing what they asked him to do, which is good for them, but not good for, majority of Nigerian people. So Nigerians should start looking the other way around, looking away from this status quo, going for a candidate that can bring a radical change for our country and for the benefit of the people. And that candidate is Omoyele Sowore. You don't want to vote for Omoyele Sowore, go for Prince Adebayo. What is his name? The SDP guy.
Is it Adewale Adebayo or something like that?
Yeah, Prince Adewale or something like that. Those are the guys that you got to go and listen to, and not Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso is a PDP man. Obi is a PDP man. Atiku is a PDP man. Tinubu is an APC man. All of them together, they're the same status quo. They are the same old guard. They can never represent Nigeria well, whether you like it or not. They're going to be dictated by these people, not to mess up their interests. That is just it. No more laws, nothing more than that. And they will comply, because these are people that are desperate for power. They are desperate for power. So one man, him going there, what am I going to get from that? It doesn't represent me going abroad. You're not a president of it. Is when you are a president, then you can meet with.
But this seems to be the convention, though, that because I recall that Buhari was there in 2014. I'm not sure if Atiku has been there, but this seems to be a convention that on your way to Aso Rock, you have to go via Chatham House. Quite, and it's a public forum, by the way. So they have. I wonder if I can get tickets. I have to go on their website to see if I can imagine. Maybe I should actually try that.
If you could go, that would be cool. So you can have the opportunity to throw a very tough question to them.
Yes.
And let's see what is going to happen.
I'll see if I can get there, hopefully it's an open session, we'll see. But no. It's just a curiosity that they have to go via Chatham House to Aso Rock.
It's more than Chatham House. They will meet with government officials behind a closed door. They will meet with some people in London, government official that are in that in charge of Nigeria, and those are the ones that will dictate to them, this is what we have for you, this is what you must fulfill. If you want our backing, if you want our support, if you want our endorsement, this is what you must fulfill for us. So, and it is just insane that these politicians are doing this thing, and they are doing it openly to our scene, and they get away with it. What is the, what is London got to do? What is London interest in the governance of Nigeria, for God's sake? When are we going to get them out of our life? You call ourselves independent country, but we are still under their bondage. This is what these leaders, incompetent leaders, are really showing to us. It doesn't, it is not good for our psyche. One man, it is not good for our psyche. This is a very bad practice, and Nigerian people must change this by not voting for them. We must change this by not voting for them, because I can't just get it. Why? you don't want to stand for debate in Nigeria, but you can go to Chatham House to go and deliver speech. Who lives in Chatham House? Is Chatham House part of Nigerian territory? Is London part of Nigerian territory? Is America part of Nigerian territory? Where have you ever seen any leaders in this Western world traveling to any other part of Western world anytime they are running for their presidential campaign or prime ministership? Do you ever see them coming to America to come and say, "Oh, I want to go and seek for a blessing of any other leader"? They stay in their country and they run it out, they trash it out, they struggle it together and do everything together in their country. That is the same thing that we should be doing. Our leaders, those that want to be our leader, must not be going to London to get endorsement from British authority. British authority never meant well for anybody in any part of the world. They are only for their own interest and their interest alone, and nothing is going to change this time around. It is a shame that this man is going there. I'm not in support of it. My people, go and vote for Omoyele Sowore or this SDP guy. Those are the two guys in this race that can lead you to the promised land. Not all these crazy politicians that are desperate, that are ready to sell your country. They will sell your country off as long as they can be there on top and people can see them in position. That is what matters to them. It's not the interest of you, the people. That's my take on that one, man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Ajan Lekoko. So Ajan Lekoko, now Senator Adeleke, now Governor Adeleke, but at his inauguration, he's still doing this Buga thing. Is it time for him to? Does it concern you? Okay, so they say it's the will of the people and whatnot, but does it not concern you that he's in charge of Osun State? Because you thought he would take on some level of decorum and seriousness, but still the same. Does it not? It concerns me.
Look, one man. Well, this man is just a day old in the government. We know the name that he's called. He's called the dancing governor. So his people wanted him to dance at that occasion. And he complied by giving them some little dancing step and buga, as you saw him in that video. So it is, well, I want to agree with you partially that, look, when it's time to get serious, let's be serious. The time for politics is over. It's time for governance now. This man should see himself as the leader of all the people of Osun State. People of Osun State, a lot of them are highly educated people. As a matter of fact, you have concentration of intellectuals in Osun State because that university that you see there, University of Ife, is known as the production plant of intellectual. So he is blessed that he is in a state with, a lot of intellectuals that he can invite to the government. He can offer position that can help him, to transform that state. That is one good thing. One of the advantages that he has. The University of Ife and a lot of citizens of Osun State that are well educated, highly intellectual people, they are blessed in that state. So he can. What I'm looking forward, looking up to him to do is to give appointment to capable hands, people that can really surround himself with capable hands that can really help him, to transform the state. He has taken some bold steps in his as he announced it in his inaugural speech by changing the name of the state from being referred to as the state of Osun to Osun State in compliance to the constitution. That is a good step to me. We have to follow the constitution. We have to, live and abide by what is enshrined in the constitution. So he did that. Then number two, the cancellation of dubious appointment that the previous administration made before leaving office. He put everything on hold, and the bank account has been frozen, that nobody can spend anything. He has set up a committee that are going to look into this, review all the appointments, and be sure that the appointments were not a crooked appointment, were not, a appointment that were done to satisfy some political expediency. So everything that he has done so far is good, but this man must surround himself with highly intelligent people, having them in strategic position in government that can help him, to govern well. He's from a family background that is a household name.
Do you think he will give Davido a portfolio?
I don't think so. He mustn't do so. If he do so, he will start having opposition from day one. I will oppose it too.
Yeah, but Akeredolu did the same thing. Now remember that you remember he gave his son the most juicy job in Ondo State. Akeredolu. Of all people, in your disappointment, you say, because he's a senior person
and he's a man of law.
And it's not an admirable man. It's a man that I admire so much. Until I found out that his son is in charge of all of the contracts in the state.
And it's a son. He knows the law.
And he has a sharp. Whenever he takes on Abubakar Malami, he will just wipe the floor with, because he just wipe the floor with him. But alas, it's no different from the rest of them.
Yeah. So I wouldn't like to see him offer his brother appointment. No, he should keep family away from any political appointment. Davido can play a very important role when it comes to, luring investment to the state, investors rather, particularly in the areas of entertainment industry.
Because they've been speculating that he's been looking for a career in politics for a while now, Davido. So I'm not sure if this will not be his entry.
Well, let's see. But I believe he should use Davido to in area of attracting investors in the entertainment industry from outside this country, from outside Nigeria to Osun State. It should use Davido so that they can build a kind of like the biggest maybe musical studio or entertainment studio in Africa, in that state. And that will fit well for Osun State, because Osun is an indigenous place. The environment is well a reserved environment, and coupled with the the place of the source of origin of the Yoruba race. You understand what I'm saying? We have Ile-Ife there. Ile-Ife is the source the source of all Yoruba all over the world. So they can.
But Baba, you are saying that you can use Davido to benefit the state, but Davido cannot benefit from that state. You can imagine that. It's very
No.
funny. He
No.
say you can use
Hold on.
Davido to improve on the state, but Davido cannot benefit from the state. But I don't think Davido will even want the appointment because Davido is too busy to go and stay in the show.
That is what they are not talking what I'm saying. Don't give appointment, but Davido can play a very good role to bring foreign investors there in areas of entertainment industry. But there's no way Davido will not benefit that too. He will benefit in that when he have investors. They're gonna have a joint venture sort of together to build a biggest video. Entertainment studio. There's a lot that Davido can benefit from there, but not a direct and open the one that we will see that is is in appointment position that doesn't worth anything. What is appointment position going to earn the video that is streaming in billions of naira? What is that appointment going to do? But it can make more money by having a joint venture with some partners and bringing them to have a studio there. That will be more better. And they can use that, to promote Ile-Ife and the Yoruba culture, the Osun of Oshogbo, and all those attractive indigenous areas and places of tourism. They can develop the tourism potential in that state. Those are the things that this man, if he have the right people in position, he should be able to perform well. And by doing that, it can take that country, that state, out of what is described today as a civil servant state to a tourism state. Tourism and music industry state that, it's going to be, they have the huge potential for that. So I hope it can concentrate on that and it can deliver on that. That will bring a lot of revenue to that state, and they'll be, that will be a long-term economic investment that will transform that state economically and position that state, to the international world as well. Because if people want to come for so much of those indigenous places in terms of tourism and other things, it is Osun State they've been mentioning. A lot of us would like to go there too. They have, what do you call this thing? They have, is it waterfall? What do they call?
Is it a Congosi? Is that where a Congosi is?
I don't even know. There's one that I heard that they said they have that one side of it is warm water, and other side is cold water. There's
the Congosi is in Ekiti State or something. I think that's in Ekiti also. Not Osun.
Oh,
the spring water, whatever.
Do you have a screen in front of you, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah.
I'm on the Chatham House website now, trying to get myself into the Bola Tinubu event, but they are blocking me off. So there is it. So that's their website. I think they've ring-fenced it in some way. So that's Chatham House, of course, and I've even gone to register. So it says which event do I want to attend? So at the Tinubu event. It says, do I want to attend in person? I said yes. So I would like to attend in person. But then this is where they block you off. They say registration for this type of event is limited to those associated with an active corporate member. So I'm not quite sure. But I'll keep on trying because for the benefit of for the benefit of the platform, I'll try and see. I'll try my damnedest to get in there. If I can't get in person, if I can get in virtually, that is to say, be on the screen somewhere, But that's the Chatham House thing. So I'm hustling hard to get in. Even if I have to go to London and try and sneak in, we'll see how that goes, because things like this, we can have these conversations, but if we get the chance to throw at these people, then we must.
Well, maybe you have to call them. If you can call them.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that tomorrow. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah.
So if you can call them, that would be better. I mean, to say, oh, this guy is coming there and you want to attend, what do you do? So you need to go there and, if it's running away from being asked a hard question in Nigeria, we should be able to ask him hard question in Britain. I might even call some of my friends over there too, that man, let's go and tackle him at Chatham House. If he escaped Nigeria, he should not escape. In Britain, we need to answer some hard questions. You want to lead us? Why carrying campaign to London or everywhere? It doesn't serve us in any way. It doesn't serve us. We Nigerian people can solve our problem. The Nigerian diaspora, we are assets to that country. But you have leadership that doesn't know how to make use, how to tap into Nigerian in diaspora, and then use and attract us home to come and invest in that economy in such a huge way that we can transfer. I mean, if we are sending about how much do we remit home every year? $26 billion or close to 30 billion every year. That means we could, if we have an administration that can attract the Nigerian diaspora with good economic packages, we can take a lot of our money back home and take that country out of economic mess that the country is going through.
The only other way that I can get in there, Ajanle Koko, is if I sign up. So memberships. So that's their thing. So their membership. So for a full membership, it's £320 a year plus £50. So to join, which is 370. For an associate member, it's £180 a year plus £50 to join. So if I went for the full membership, then it guarantees me up to 100 member events. So that way I can get in. But if I go for the associate membership, it guarantees me access to all online membership events. So but do I want to spend £170 just to watch Tinubu talk nonsense? That's the decision I have to make. Do I want to spend, or if they are taking it by direct debit, I can just spend it'd be like buying a ticket, maybe £20, £30. That's okay. But do I want to be forking out that much money just to hear some guys say APCDP?
It doesn't work.
No. But so just to hear Bulu Bala, Yeah, because I'm thinking, I was thinking.
Baba creating video.
Oh, right, there it is. Oh, all right. Look at that. Give us the fullness of it. Look at that. That's Antigua, right? Is that Antigua? Is that Antigua?
That's right.
Yes. So there it is. Is it a rising sun sort of?
I want Biafran flag. Biafran flag.
Look at that. Holy, Antigua.
You are very right.
Give us the fullness now. Can you hold it wide so we can see the fullness of it?
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah. Look at that.
Can you see now?
Yes.
Ṣé àwọn Biafra lọ jí flag yẹn ni àbá àwọn lọ jí ti Biafra báwo ló ṣe rí?
Oh, what are you talking about, Dr. Ajanle Koko?
Flag here with that of Biafra. They look alike now. That logo there.
Yeah, they look alike. They cannot take it away. They cannot steal it from Biafra. Maybe Biafra copy them.
Look at that. They already telling us Antigans. Is it Antigans or Antiguans? what are they called? Antigans or Antiguans?
Antiguans are Igbo now. They are Igbo people.
They're Igbo now. Look at that.
Baba is an Igbo.
And Andeka no conquers at last. He was looking for a country, and there was one already there for him. He could have just now. So maybe we should send this to DSS. Maybe we send this to DSS. Let them give him the flag and put him on a plane to Antigua. You already have your country. Look at that. Well done. What's the national? What's the national sport? What's the national sport there?
Cricket.
Is it cricket? Yeah, it's always cricket in the Caribbean.
Cricket.
Yeah. Yes.
You call it cricket.
Look at that. Okay.
So any other question?
Yes. Who has the prettier girls, the Antiguans or the Nigerians?
I would say Nigerians. I would say Nigeria, yeah. But they have anyway. They have a lot of beautiful lady in Antigua too. But Nigeria.
What's the population? What's the population?
You want to know the population?
Yeah.
Less than 120,000 or thereabout.
My God. Do they refer to? Is it classified as a country or an island? And is there a distinction?
A country with prime minister and ministers.
Wow. Wow.
You surprised? Like I said the other time on this platform, right? Because we have never been to certain places, right? That is why we are saying that Nigeria, will I say that all the states in Nigeria, they are all blessed. If Nigeria is divided by state, right? Let's Ondo State be country on its own, Lagos State be country on its own. We have enough resources to live better life. I said on this platform, some people don't really believe. In Antigua, we use a generator to power the country 24/7. That surprised you, right? And light is all over everywhere. The same light they used to, the same light they used to power the company that they have there, power the hotel, power all the government facilities and your house. But it's a very, very big one. That is what we use. I lived there for 8 years plus. So every state in Nigeria can develop themselves.
How did you end up there?
How did I end up there all the way from Nigeria down to Antigua? When I left Nigeria, I visited you guys in UK. Spent a couple days in UK, then left. So then end up in Antigua. When I got there and find myself something that I can do, then get the job with government and work with government until when I came to Canada to study. So that's how the journey is.
How did they respond? How did they respond to you when you got there?
What do you mean by how did they respond to me? Like,
well, obviously you were foreign. So what was their reaction to you? What was their? Were they warm and welcoming? Did they look at you with suspicion? Did they query why you were there? All of those sorts of things.
Well, every country in the world you have you have bad people, you have good people. Some welcome you and they show you ways and they want you to prosper. They try to get you job. Why some people believe that you came here to take their job, and also some of them believe that they are from Africa. To be precise, there was a time I was working and one old lady came. And she said, you are from Nigeria? I said, yes. My forefather they are from Nigeria? I said, how do you mean? She said, they are from, I think they are from Lagos or Benin. I said, how much do you know about this? And she was telling me a lot of stories. So we have some people like that. It's this young generation that they believe that when you ask them now that where are you from, they will say they are from UK. Why? Because you know it was British colonized Antigua, so they will that gets into their brain, so they don't even know where they're from. And I want to say maybe some of them don't really want to associate themselves with Africa based on what they are hearing, because Antiguans, they are just like Hausa people, right? They you know, like Hausa people, they usually travel out and come back home. That is just Antigua. When they tell you me want go New York, just
is that their
weeks.
ambition? That's their ambition, to go to either New York or London.
Yes, they usually, that is the usual place that they usually travel to, is either London or New York. 2 weeks, bam, back to Antigua. So they don't really stay outside like they want to stay outside, and they don't really have time for that. So ply go, ply come, just like Hausa.
Did you have a plan? How did you accommodate yourself? Did you already arrange accommodation before you got there? Talk us through your first week there. What was your own reaction to it? If you're happy to talk about it, because we are curious, yeah.
Like me, I am not a person that shy away from my background and what I've went through. And I always use that as an example for many young people, that if you aspire of doing something, you can as well achieve it. I'm very sorry, one man, to take some of the time, because you asked me questions.
No. We're all interested. I think we are. You are
asking me about how I moved all the way from Nigeria.
Yes.
Initially, you know, the so-called United States, that was the place I really wanted to be before. And I tried so many times, apply for US visa. I was turned down. Apply for UK visa. As a matter of fact, the very first instance to visit, I wanted to visit UK, and about 4 or 5 times they refused me. I applied 3 times in Lagos, applied 2 times in Abuja, they refused me. Then I tried to go to school in Czech Republic. That one was not, no way. Then the issue of Antigua came to light. So, are you interested in Antigua? And I said, yes. I've been hearing about that country, but I want to give it a trial. Then Antigua visa came. At that time, they used to use ordinary stamp. They put stamp on your passport, and the visa will usually issue from UK, from their embassy in UK. They send it back to you at home. Then you now apply for your transit. So then, before you can go to Antigua, it's either you travel through UK, or you travel through Amsterdam, or you travel through Frankfurt, or you travel through Paris. Now I got my ticket, never knew anything about traveling, submitted my application to UK embassy, bam, they turned me down. They said you apply for wrong visa. Then I apply again, bam, they turned me down. On my transit alone, I was refused 5 times on that transit. I'm not talking of applying for UK visa that I want to go to UK. I was refused 5 times when I want to apply for transit. So my visa remained like 3 for it to expire when I got my UK visa. It was a lengthy interview when I went to the UK embassy in Lagos. That was my first time of having conversation or interview with white people. Eventually, you know, in cage number 8, I still remember that number. So all this you believe you're so smart, right? When that cage called number, everybody run away. So you know me, Akure boys, right? They called next cage number 8. Then I went there and I said, this person is not God. Well, we went through interview, I got through. Bam, I find myself in Antigua. Let me start from Antigua now. So when I got to Antigua, we have couple Nigerians there as well. And I happened to meet one man. He's well known in Antigua, and he's working for government, and he has been there for many years, and he married to Antiguan lady. He accommodated me. for like 2 days.
Did you have that plan already, or you just landed with nowhere to stay?
Actually, that person in question was the person who helped me procure the visa. Then I gave him the money.
All right.
But when I was leaving Nigeria, I left Nigeria with $60, 60 US. Landed in Antigua, nowhere to find nothing. I went with some food stuff. So that person accommodated me for like 2 nights. Then I met another person from my town. Then I spent 2 weeks with that person. Then after that, that person left. Then I start renting my own house. Now, to cut the story short, like I'm not shying away from my background. I work for government from 2005 as a road cleaner. You know, those who usually clean drainage, right? Are you hearing me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. That was how I started. I started cleaning drainage for government, like go to the gutter and you have to use your spade to scrape whatever you have there. Sometimes you have so many dirty something like refuse from home that came from their sink to the gutter. You have to take it out so that it won't block the place. I did that. Used my weed worker, cut grass for the government I did that for 2 years. Then I got transferred to prison service because I was interested in the prison service. Then I got transferred to prison service. Then in prison service, I worked there for like 8 years as a correctional officer. I work all over anyway. Work in maximum security for like 5 years. Then I work in maximum. I work in the remand section. I work in the juvenile detention center. I work in open yard. Then thereafter, I said, well, it is good for me to go back to school. Bam. Then apply for study permit. Then I got my visa. And the funniest part of it is that when I got my visa, I have not got my citizenship, Antigua citizenship at that time. So my visa was originally approved on Nigerian passport.
So visa that's to Canada, right?
Yes, to study here.
Okay.
So it was approved on Nigerian passport. Then when I was about to come, then they approved my citizenship in Antigua. Then I came to Canada, study. So then we moved through all that. Since then we've been in Canada. So what I'm taking out of it, bring out of it is that I always tell people when you come to abroad and you want to achieve something, you don't have to start from the top. And if you want to start from the top, that is why most Nigerians are having problem, and they have to involve in a lot of nonsense. But if you not belittle yourself, if you believe, okay, let me just start from something, and you can take yourself up by up. Remember, I was working in the drainage for government, then moved from there as to correctional officer. Then from there, came here as a student. Then when I came here, I was working as a customer service agent, which I did. Then when I finished my degree, then I got the job I'm doing right now, working with the youth. Right? So that is how you do things. You don't want to start from top. You start from little by little. Then you will be fine. Right now, I'm not that rich, but at least I'm comfortable in my own bubble. Anyway,
we can see the comfort on your cheeks. Look at
So that is my advice for Nigerians. Don't think that okay, when you go to abroad, it's going to be that rosy. You start from somewhere, then you work yourself up from there.
Well done. Would you recommend Antigua for Nigerians as a pathway out of because they are all fixated on the one place that Nigerians want to go to is probably the UK because because everybody has a relative of some sort in the UK, so they all want that. After that, they want the US, but really there is life beyond these two countries. And then they start to cascade, then they Poland, Ukraine, you know, but really they want to either come to the UK or to the US. But would you recommend then all these because apparently there are about 30 countries visa-free for Nigerians. So there are other pathways apart from London.
There is nothing wrong in going to Antigua. There is nothing. A lot of Caribbean islands, you can even find better life than. I'm not going to say that they are better than US or UK, but at least you can. Most of them are better than Nigeria. I'm very sorry. I'm born in Nigeria, but I can tell you because even what I achieved when I was in Antigua, I was home. Even up to now, I couldn't achieve it anyway. But it's just that I think, okay, let me just step up again, then I have to move. Like other people, I usually like to go to so-called US or UK. But when I go to Antigua, I just see that why I was even killing myself to go to UK self or US self. Because when I got there, within 1 year, I can go anywhere I want, travel everywhere. I got to Antigua 2005. By 2006, I was in UK. The same UK that refused me so many times. I went there, spent my holiday 2 weeks, spent my own money there, left and went back to Antigua.
Is it visa free on that passport to come to the UK on the Antiguan passport?
Yeah, it's free. It's free visa to anywhere in Europe anyway. UK, European country is free. You want to go to Switzerland, want to go to Poland, anywhere in Europe, it is free. But you have to get visa to go to Australia, New Zealand, and US. And the funniest part of it is that if you apply with your Antigua visa to US, if they want to give you 10 years, they will give you one time. Even right now, I got my US visa in 2016, sorry, 10 years. I couldn't use it because I have my Canadian passport. That is not going to be useful. So I still have about 2 or 3 years on it right now that's still valid. So you don't have to kill yourself. Oh, I have to go to US. I have to go to UK. I have to do this. I have to do that. You can start from little thing. Then you can develop yourself from there. But you know,
what's their currency? What's the currency?
Eastern Caribbean dollar. So it is just one US will be $1 will be 2.769 Eastern Caribbean dollar. So one Canadian dollars will be 2.3 Eastern Caribbean dollars.
How big is the Nigerian population there?
Well, right now, the last time, because I went there last month, right? I was there for like a week. Right now, Nigeria over there will be at least like, I think they will be up to 500 anyway.
And are they all clustered in one? Are they congregated together?
I would say yes, but you know, some of them are very busy sometimes, so they don't really have time. And they also have meetings sometimes anyway. But if that answers your question,
all right. You said you worked in the correctional facilities. What sort of crimes? What sort of crimes do they commit? Population of 120 million. What sort of crimes is being committed there?
Where the point is that we have it might not really common to that terminology might not really common to people on this platform, like enigmatic. So there is something we call larceny. Like I don't know if you really know what that means. Like you take something that does not belong to you, like maybe somebody has employed you and you take something from that place. We call it larceny. That is one of the crime that usually bring people to prison. And based on my experience when I was at prison, I see somebody who came here as for just petty crime like larceny or breaking an entry, and eventually commit murder, and eventually even get killed because he want to escape prison. So these are the things. So those are the minor things that crime that they commit. In a year, we might have maybe 5 homicide. Then I want to bring something to Ajanlegoko intention that the so-called American citizen cannot be get head in prison. I have them very, very well at Akenge. Is it
No.
King
Don't
Charles-
get me wrong.
King
I'm not
Charles-
saying that. Look,
King
what I'm
Charles
saying is
third.
that wherever American in any part of this world, if an American run into any crime problem, American state will stand up for him. He might be sent to jail, but they will not abandon him. They will
Well,
not leave him alone to suffer.
You are very right. UK and all this UK, US, Netherlands. I have met some of their consulates anyway. Came to prison because they want to interrogate their own citizen. I have seen a lot of them came to the place and we interrogate them and they talk with their citizen and they find a lawyer for them and make sure that they treat them the way it's supposed to be done. I mean, according to the law. So right now we have one guy from UK. According, he used to be one of the Scotland Yale police officer. So he came to Antigua for visit and he drugged one lady and penetrated her. Then they had to repatriate him from UK to Antigua, and they sentenced him to I think it's 15 years in prison. So what happened is that, like you rightly said, you are correct in some instances anyway. What they do is that they are not going to put them in prison population. They might house them in police headquarters, or they might take them to secluded facility where they will have at least better quality of life than a prison population.
Yeah, they won't leave them alone to go through the abuse system and everything.
Exactly. So yeah. We have one right now that is being housed in the former US base in Antigua. So they took him away all the way from prison population, and they house him alone. So things like that do happen. Things like that do happen.
Baruch, is it which country?
What was that?
Is it a rich country or poor country?
A rich country?
Yeah, Antigua.
Well, to his own level, it's a rich country to his own level. At least they provide electricity for their citizens, provide pipe-borne water, provide normal basic amenities for their citizens.
Wow. It's all tourism based, isn't it? You
are very correct. They mainly depends on tourism. Then I'm praying for them that we can have crude oil now, because I want to go back. Like the way we have in Bauchi.
You know, that was going to be my question to you, Baba. Why didn't you choose it as your retirement bungalow instead of I know you're from Akure, but it seems to me a better option than. Why didn't you have retirement bungalow there instead of
one man? I'm very sorry to disappoint you. I can't live anywhere else than Nigeria when that time comes for my retirement. I can travel. I can go to Antigua anytime I want, but I wish to have house there anyway. But Nigeria is where I was born, so I will of course go back there. It doesn't really matter, regardless of what is going on right now. That's where I'm going to die by God's grace.
Hopefully.
During the hurricane season, do they suffer from hurricane heat?
That is a very good question. So, where hurricane is one of the problems that any Caribbean country has. So when that happens, I see some people here, it is hurricane. I just laugh. I say you don't want to see hurricane, because if you see it, you will not pray for your enemy. Hurricane is a very, very. I think Ajalekoko will understand what I'm talking about, because I think they have a little bit of that in US.
Yes.
And 4 years ago, because it is Antigua and Barbuda, right?
Oh yes, that's
the
right. Yeah.
hurricane wiped the whole Barbuda.
Yes.
And they have to move people from
Yes.
Barbuda to the mainland. Up
To
to
the
now,
mainland.
they are still trying to rebuild that place back. So it is something that is really taking a lot of money from this Caribbean country. Otherwise, they will be doing very well for them. Everyone till now, they're still doing very well for themselves. Because for
And the
me,
hurricane and the hurricane comes every year.
that is right.
Oh my show.
That is right.
Òyìnbó fi jẹ dúdú kò ń ṣe kéré ṣá. Wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ kó àwọn èèyàn wọn lọ dump wọn káàkiri gbogbo.
As a matter of fact, there was a time hurricane. We have a lot of hurricane anyway, and the funnest part of it is that it doesn't really matter to me. That is what I will tell any Nigerian that's listening to this conversation. In anything you do it with one mind. Be honest. You know, we are talking of hurricane here now, and the way it's so frightening. It doesn't really matter to me. I still put my vehicle. I was using one old Toyota Corolla. Put it inside that hurricane. Even debris on the road, stone on the road, I still go through all that. Why many people stay home and I still have to go to prison to go and work? Why? Because I think that, okay, if I call sick, I stay home, and this one stay home, and that one stay home, and this one stay home. Who is going to take care of those that's behind bar? Who is going to take care of them? Then we have our national security at stake. Because tomorrow, when you come back now, you open this door, you open door for them or whatever, then we have a very good riot in our hand, which might even burst to the town because the prison is right in the heart of the city. St. John is the capital. It is just right in the heart of the city. So what if everything? If they beat officer up or kill some of the officers and they escape? So we won't have to where do we call country? So I take my job seriously, do whatever I want to do, take it seriously. Some of my colleagues, I was telling them, I said, you see, whatever I do it because of future, not now, and it's going to pay off. And today I see that. When I went back last month, they were looking at me and well, you are looking good, man. You doing well for yourself. I said, well, remember, I always tell you, do what is right and take your job seriously. And one of my colleagues said, oh, you always say that. I said, okay, good. You remember.
What's the racial mix? What's the racial mix? And who rules it? Is it a combination of Indians and blacks? And
it is don't even go there, woman. It is black rule Antigua.
Okay, yeah.
But we have some Syrian that has money bag. So they also have influence in whatever political landscape we have there. Like we have somebody named Adid. We have Adid, we have Anne. These are Syrian people, and though they born in Antigua anyway, they were born in Antigua, but their forefathers, they are from Syria. So, but they are doing well also. They support government. They give them a lot of money to fix the country and do whatever they want to do. So they have say in any party that they want to emerge as the leading party in the country. But it is the black, the prime minister. Most of the cabinet are blacks.
What sort of accent do they have? Do they have?
Where you say, man? Where you say, man?
Jamaican accent.
It's not really Jamaican accent. It's just that and you see now, we don't call it Jamaica. We call it Jamaica.
Jamaica.
We call it not Jamaica. We call it
Guyana.
Guyanese. Guyana. So Guyana. That is it. So it's not. If you listen to all the Caribbean, they have the same accent and they have the same dialect. Almost, you cannot really differentiate. This is we that can say, oh, well, that guy is from Jamaica.
Yes.
Because we live together. So I know them. If Guyanese person is talking in front of me, I will know that this one is Guyanese. But you that you are from outside, you won't know The difference between Guyanese, Jamaica, St. Kitts, St. Vicentia, Guadeloupean, who know the difference? But we recognize that, oh no, this guy is from Jamaica. Even in this, you see, it is very funny, this word, right?
Guadeloupe is a Dutch colony, isn't it? Guadeloupe.
That's right, yes, yes. You see, it is very funny the way we see life, right? You see, when you're talking about issue of tribalism, sentimentalism, or whatever we call it, it happens everywhere in the world. Do you want to tell you the story? We have so many villages in Antigua. We have St. Mary Parish, which is Old Road. We have Willikis. We have All Saints. We have Benders. We have so when these people are talking, this is very funny, right? When somebody from Green Bay or Grace Farm talking to somebody from Willikis, oh, that man came from Williki man. That's Williki man, the same Antigua I'm talking about, right? Let alone Nigeria. So if Bender's man is talking, they will say, oh, now Bender's man came from no. Now Bender's man, no. Or Grace Farm or Green Bay. So they know themselves. So you can imagine if it happens in that small country, what about Nigeria? So it happens all over the world.
Who is their biggest rival in the Caribbean? Are they all envious? I know they're all envious of the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans are their daddy, but who do they consider their closest? Who do they hate? The Antiguans?
Well, if you want to say that, I will say, like you rightly said, you are right. I will say Jamaicans or Guyanese, though they live together, right? But one of the biggest problem is that they believe that, oh, Jamaica come here and they take chance of them, and believe that they mostly commit crime, right? And with what I've seen so far too, when you come to a place and you want to take shot too, like every single thing you want to be there, you want to show off that, oh, me from here too. Jamaica used to do that, like to do that, and Guyanese. So, and Antigua don't want that, particularly when it comes to issue of political parties. We have a Labour Party, and we have what's the name of this Progressive Party. So every individual goes to this party, Jamaican, Guyanese. But when you see Guyanese come to Labour Party and believing that, okay, well, they are there, then the second party now will be saying that you're not from here now. So like me, I know my boundary. I stay away from that crap. I don't involve in any of the politics, right? So to come back to your question, Jamaica is the arrival. One of the reasons is that they do not usually regularize their stay. You get what I'm saying? They want to feel like, okay, we feel among, like you're supposed to go to immigration office now to go and regularize your stay. Now you didn't even go there. You just live anyhow because you believe that you are from Caribbean. So Antiguans don't like that. They want to follow the guidelines, go to immigration, renew your paper, and then do what you need to do, and stay away from criminal behaviors.
Well, what's their music? Is it calypso or reggae?
You are very right, calypso.
It's still drums, Abby.
Yes, they play steel drum. If you want some of the music, I can send it to you anyway.
Is it one of my neighbors? He used to be one of these.
And I usually play that in my car anyway. When I'm ready, I usually play that. So, they play calypso, but Jamaica is reggae. Jamaica is reggae, but reggae is well loved all over Caribbean anyway. So, but reggae is mainly for Jamaica. You have Bob Marley, you have Dudu Heritage, you have Buju Bantu, you have BC Signal and co. They are all from
what's the food? Is it really seafood based sort of? What's the diet? Is it seafood type of fish with everything sort of?
Well, we eat a lot of fish over there, but our national food is pepper pot and fungi. Fungi is made from cornmeal. They stir it, make it soft like a pounded yam, and you cook your okra with your fish and you put it beside it.
Wow. I want to live there now, the way you are describing it. Never mind you living there. I want to live there, you know.
Well, you know, I'm a Nigerian man to the core. Even if we break up today, I'm a Yoruba man to the core. So that is a fact.
Do they have a drug problem?
I'm not going to say that, but there is a lot of drugs. Like, you know, it happens everywhere too. Even in this small community that I am, it happens here. Like drug trade and moving drugs around and stuff like that. It is. There is no doubt about that. It happens in all Caribbean, almost everywhere in Caribbean.
All right, brilliant. So our Antiguan correspondent, Baba Kure, you see, there it is. 120,000 people, and it's a country. So
even I think it's even less than that. I just want to give them that that opportunity to be just like that. They are. I think they are less than that.
And that is why sometimes some people, when they we are saying we can have Yoruba nation, we can have Biafra nation, we can have some people say, oh, it's not possible. You can't have it.
Thank you.
You just laugh at them. Look at.
Thank you, Professor Ajalego. That is what I'm saying. You see, Ikeja local government alone can be a country of its own. Let our Lagos State, of course. Nigeria. In fact, you see, when we coming back to the issue of Nigeria, sometimes I always say, I almost shed tears, because we have all what we need to be a better person in this life, that we don't even need to go anywhere. I am saying, when people argue, oh, there's nothing. Abia State has not, because they usually refer to Abia State. Abia State has nothing. I just look at them like this. I say, look at these people. They don't even know what is going on. When you travel around the world, and you see that small country that is even not up to 1/10 of that state living,
and they are doing very well.
And their citizens can even go to anywhere with their passport without even have to hustle for payment, for visa payment and all kind of this bureaucracy. And they can go anywhere they want and fly out, fly come. Somebody is telling me that Abia State cannot stand. Hey, boy.
Okay, do you know Luxembourg in Europe is richer than Nigeria? Luxembourg, small country like Luxembourg, is richer than that. That's sad. Luxembourg.
Yeah, but it's a money laundering haven now. It's a money.
Where is that? Where is that woman?
It's one of
Luxembourg.
these. Luxembourg. Yeah,
very close to Belgium. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah,
I think it was. I think it breaks away from Belgium anyway. Luxembourg.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I see Mr. Alexander Gomez here. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's super chatting in your direction. Baba Kure, your story is very touching. Wow. Some of us are really self-made. One love, my brother. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander.
So everybody, even in this community that we are, in this Canada, because here in the community that I am right now, we are like maybe like 60,000 people in this community. And right now we have a lot of Nigerians here. I can tell you, I was number one international student in this community that came to study here, that represents both Nigeria and Antigua. In this community, I was the first Black person in my course in this community. When we first came here, we were 4 in number. I mean 5.
Yes, sir. You deserve to be honored, though.
I represent Antigua and Nigeria.
About the trailblazer.
And there was a lady from Cameroon and the 3 other guys from Jamaica. We are the first black students in this community. And at that time, when we first came, they were looking at our skin. Where are you guys? What are you guys doing here? And I said to them, when God leads you. So we need to believe in ourselves that, okay, with God, all things are possible. When you believe that, you will of course achieve your aim. Right now, we have, even right now, in after 80 years that I came to this community, we have more than 100 Nigerian students in this community right now.
Do you resent that? Because I would, do you resent that there are more Nigerians coming into onto your patch?
No, I don't. In fact,
you don't resent it. Are
no,
you
no,
sure?
no. I don't. I want everybody to. I want everybody to achieve their aim. You can't take away my house from me. You can't take my job away from me. You can't take all my citizenship away from me. So I want you to achieve your aim, and every Nigerian that comes to this community, even if they don't even come to my house, I get their number and I go to their house, sit them down, talk to them. This is what you can do to do this. This is what you can do to achieve this. This is what you can do to achieve this. And that is why I'm well loved by them. And they usually, anything they want to do, they usually consult me first. And so, oh, hey, as a matter of fact, they gave me mayor now. They say, that's our mayor. Even in my church, what they call me is our mayor. I mean, Nigerian that goes that we go to the same church. They call me mayor. So I tell them, okay, this is what you have to do. This is what you have to do. This is what you have to do. You want to buy a house? This is what you have to do to achieve this. So I am free. I am free to everybody anyway. So that is me.
You're not community organizer.
No.
One day you become the mayor of the town.
Not really.
From there to president of Canada, like Obama.
Not really. It is just that I want everybody to achieve their aim and get to the full potential. I am a person, though I'm a very strong-headed person as well. Though I work at correction, I supposed to be my heart supposed to be as hard as stone. But I sometimes be too much emotional. Like I put myself in position of somebody that, okay, what if it is me going through this? What would I be doing? And that is why a lot of things you cannot say it, but I'm not rich, like I said, and I'm not rich and I'm not poor. I'm an average man, and I try to help as many, even back home, not in Canada alone. I help a lot of people.
Baba Akure, I see a politician in you somehow, and I always have seen that. Why don't you contest for something in that your community?
Well, I can, and I'm trying to join a political party, but I really want to go to Nigeria and see how we can change the place. But the problem is that I cannot join Nigerian politics because we are going to bust ourselves. Because there will be a lot of things that I will not like that they will be doing. There was a time I said to my colleagues, I said, I want to come to my local government because there are certain things that we can change. One of my friends said, oh, they are not going to allow you. They will kill you very fast because you don't take nonsense. And I said, they say, because there's something that I will do drastically that woman, it's just that I'm not.
No. I think you should contest where you are because you sound like you have a natural aptitude for politics, and if you are destined to serve the people, then the people are people wherever. So yeah, if you want to contest, certainly I will encourage. Not in Nigeria though, where you are,
Well, to me, I think I inherit that from my parents, particularly my mom. I could remember when I was growing up, my mom liked to help people. If my mom has her own problem, had her own problem when she was alive, she will leave her own problem and try to solve your own problem before her own. So it is. I am born with that anyway. Like, try to help people, put people in my position. Like a few days back, I was talking to my wife. There was a friend of mine about in 2016. She said, "Oh, everything is hard right now, and this they cannot even feed, they cannot even do this. Tomorrow, she doesn't even know what her children will be eating, And then if we can assist her, we had the $100 at that time. I said, I'm going to send it to this lady. My wife said, okay, go ahead. We send it to this lady. Now, the same lady now came to US now. I don't know how she got there anyway, maybe as through visa and trying to do whatever they want to do. That's their own problem. Every single day, now they will post the way they dance on social media. And I now say to look at this one now. You happy? Well, you happy, but how do you feel about people back home? Because when you dance now and you post this to online, well, I'm not saying that they are mocking some people, but it's just that, like me, I can post him, but it's no issue of that too happy with the condition that my people are living back home, not my immediate family. I'm talking of Nigeria as a whole. Because, like I said to you, I'm somehow very flexible and very sentimental. I mean, how do I put it? Like my mind is very soft. Like I always put people in my shoe that, okay, what if it is me going through what this person is going through now, that I cannot even feed my children and I cannot even afford 3 square meals a day? How will I feel? I will be, in fact, maybe I will be one of those people that will jump into Laguna, right?
But you are allowed to be happy, by the way, Baba Akure, and you are allowed to enjoy your successes in life. Don't shy away from your successes.
It is true, but to me, I'm very sorry to disappoint you, one man. I cannot be happy. Like I said, I'm averagely okay. I'm not poor. I'm not rich. Whatever I want, at least I can afford it. But not when millions of Nigerians are suffering that they cannot feed. I cannot be happy until when I see changes in Nigeria that people can feed themselves without have to call people in abroad. You see, I'm very sorry to mention this to you. You see, the last few weeks, you said to me that, oh, some people are asking me, I'm away, I do this, I do that. It is me knew what I was going through. My sister had cancer, and I had to cough out over 500,000. Right? This is the person that has children. How much are these children making per month? One of them told me that she's making less than 10,000 from the primary school that she's teaching. She's teaching in the primary school. She make like 9,000 or there about 10,000. Okay. The second one is the same thing. So, do you know how many years they have to work? Two of them have to work before they can raise over 500,000. So, I'm not talking of my family alone. That was what I've been going through for the past few months. You know, it's just that, you know, I don't really want to say it, but you know, when you get to a situation, it will come out of you, right? But I'm very glad that she's okay now. Do you know how many millions of Nigeria going through that? How can I be happy when I see people like that? When I see millions of Nigerians that cannot, I don't have to go to Nigeria. I can go anywhere I want. If I feel today I'm going to live in US, it's just like I dust my passport and go to US and go and live. I can live anywhere I want. But how many people can do that? So how can I be happy when I see small children that I cannot go to school? Then you want me to post it on that I arrive. Well, sometimes you can just, but not issue of dancing and happy and why you know a lot of problem that is going back home. I cannot be happy, honestly. One man, I'm very sorry to disappoint you. I'm very sorry.
No, you're allowed. You have my permission to be happy, Baba Kure. You have a Jan Lekoko's permission to be happy.
You see, I'm just laughing like this. Like I said to you, I'm just laughing like this. I am so much concerned.
I understand what you mean, though. I understand what you mean. That it just seems so unsightly that you are living this life that looks so comfortable, and the people looking at you, they are not even sure that a meal is coming tomorrow.
Exactly.
So yeah, I know. But there will always be those people, and there will always be people like you. So you can't carry the weight of everybody on your shoulders.
I understand what you are saying, one man, but not as million that we have. Right? In Canada here, we have poor people too. I have my own house. We have millions of Canadians that cannot afford it. Are you getting my point? But these basic amenities like okay, where you food, common food, when people cannot even gari, some people it's very tough for them to buy gari. So I cannot be happy, one man, when I'm hearing all this.
Do you not have a social welfare system in Canada?
We do. If you do not have maybe if you don't have job, there's a quota that government will have to give you until when you get job. If you don't have house, government provide house, but not everybody gets that opportunity anyway. We still have some people also that stay under bridge here. But when the winter comes, then they have to open some place for them to go in. Right? But even those people that is that see under the bridge, but they can still feed 3 times in a day. Good meal. That is the point I'm making here. When you see millions of children in Nigeria that their parents don't even know what they are going to eat, and the father has to run away from home just because of food. We are not even talking of clothes now. We're talking of food, ordinary food that will sustain you.
And if we have a situation of some people, I mean, the wife got twins at the hospital and the guy ran away.
Yes.
The guy ran away because he doesn't have money to pay for the treatment. He just ran away, abandoned the wife and children there.
One man, I can tell you, when they put 10 Nigerians together, their money is even more than GDP of Canada. Just 10 Nigerians. And these are the people. These are the people. I don't know, maybe because I'm not rich anyway, but with the little I have, I know how many people I'm helping every single month. Right? These people have this money. Then you have a lot of people on the street. You pass through them. You can't even say, okay, well, let me see what I can do. But you use the money, just lavish life and waste on yash, waste on birthday, waste on just to show off. Well, woman, I cannot be so that happy until.
But Nigerians love to oppress now. Nigerians love to oppress. Are you not an oppressor?
I'm not one of them. I can. Well, when I go home, I have my own vehicle home, nice vehicle that I use, but I'm not using to oppress anybody. I just want my own comfort. I have my house that I stay to, but it is me still know how. Okay, I went home last year. My door is widely open. People come in, come out, February 24, 25, 26. It is in and out like oscillatory motion. In and out, in and out. People are coming to my house and get out. People are coming and get out. People are coming and get out. I never get robbed. But I cannot be happy, honestly, until when we have good government in Nigeria, when many people in Nigeria, I'm not saying that everybody have to be equal. We cannot be equal until the kingdom come.
But Baba Akure, if you feel this strongly, then you have to take ownership of your feelings and take action. So this tells us that your path leads to politics.
Which action? Oh man.
Well, no, you cannot want all of this change, and you cannot feel this strongly about people, and somebody with your strength and sagacity not be able to do something about it. So what you are describing to us is somebody that has all of the instincts of a politician and the right sort of politician as well. So that seems to me your direction of travel.
Well, you are very right, and like yes.
You see, God has put you in such a position. He has put you in the right place in a town where you are a leader, and as such, you have to step forward for your people. Go into politics in that place, rally around the Nigerian people, and then you can be in governmental position and use it more better to the advantage of your people and your community. So,
all right.
But do it, Baba Akure. Don't procrastinate. Do it. Yes, do it.
Well, yeah. Honestly, Professor Jaleko and one man, honestly, I wish I can really have
Our
impact.
your inauguration, we will come there.
I will come. Definitely, I will come. You know, it's only a ticket now and a Airbnb. That's all. Ticket and Airbnb.
I really want to go to Nigeria and make this very great impact. Canadians don't really have problem. We have problems in Nigeria and we have problems in Africa.
Look, your friend in Nigeria, let me tell you, Baba Kude, your friend in Nigeria that told you don't go there, he advised you well. It's a very dangerous place. People that you want to help, some other people are looking at that position you want to go and contest in Nigeria as a position that should be for them and not for you, and they can use anything whatsoever to harm you or harm anybody on their way. So they don't think like that. They don't see you. They won't see you as a person that came back home to contribute to the development of that place and then take people out of poverty. They will not look at it like they just say, "Oh, he's coming from abroad. He thought he have money. He want to come and chance us. Oh, let us deal with him."
Well, you are very right. You are very right.
Yeah, they don't. Look. What you can just do is help people around you. That's it for over there. If you want to go into politics there, it's a very dangerous. I will never advise my enemy to go in there. My enemy from here. If that person in Nigeria, they know how to deal with each other. They know how they fortify themselves with Babalawo and everything. But anybody from here, I will advise him, my worst enemy, I will tell him not to go in there, not to go and participate in Nigerian politics. It's dangerous, it's treacherous, they can kill because they see that position of authority as a position to steal money and make money. And it's not one person that is involved. There are group of them. So don't go there, please. Your friend.
Also, Baba,
you can do it peacefully here. You don't have to know anybody. You just have to run your campaign the way you want to run it easily. Get your people around you. Knock on doors. People love you. They vote for you. They don't love you. It doesn't matter. I mean, there is no stress. And you could be surprised. Some people can say, first time in this place, a black person contesting, let us give him a shot. And you'll be surprised. You see your face, and you see yourself in the position of leadership.
You know, there's a Nigerian, I think, who is either a mayor or something in some deep Russian city. You know,
I think I know the guy.
Yeah, yes, they have even less black people than you have where you are. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it is something that I've been looking at anyway. I'm still thinking of which party should I engage with. Then we can go from there. Actually, I have given it a thought sometimes, but I'm still looking at both parties, maybe Labour or Conservative or something like that nature. So I'm still looking at that anyway. I will see what we have.
All right. Well done, Baba. Correct. So
I'm very sorry to take the whole stage today anyway.
No. Okay. What do you think was more interesting? Saying for the 100th time that Buhari is a killer, or listening to your quite enthralling life history. So that more. I think the audience they wanted to hear that more than to hear us say Baba Gida.
It is just that I cut the story short. I am not the person that born with silver spoon.
Are you the first born? Are you the first born, or the or the only boy?
I'm the first son of my mom, but I'm the third son of my dad right now. I was not born with silver spoon. My mom was like normal people, like petty trader. But when you build your life history, shape the way you behave to people. That is why I have that passion and compassion, because I always put myself in position. because I have experienced a situation whereby we do not have food to eat, and we have to go to farm. Those who know about farm here, we really know what I'm talking about. You know, when you plant corn, and you want that corn to bring out seed very fast, you will go to the farm and you open the skin. You open some of them, and within 3-4 days, you will see them have a half seed. I have been to that type of life, right? When there's nothing much at home, then you have to go to farm and then start open the skin of your corn to make sure that they bring out a seed. I have gone through that. That we have to go to the farm and open it. So 3-4 days after, we went back there and we can harvest the corn and bring it home. So I have been in that position. So that is why I always use myself as an example to so many people. And it is for you to yield to my advice when people come to my surroundings and I talk to them. Okay, this is what you can do. This is what you cannot do. This is what you can do. This is what you cannot do. If you follow this step, this is what you are going to arrive on. I don't care about whatever you achieve, because like I said earlier, you cannot take my house away from me. I have my own house. You cannot take it away from me. And whatever I have cannot be taken away from me. So it doesn't cost me to give you advice of how you can achieve your own thing too. And make sure that I follow you and I support you in that journey, because I have seen a lot in life. I'm not the person that was brought up with butter and bread. I struggle for every single thing. And you can imagine, I've been buying my own clothes when I was in GSS 2. They call it grade. What grade did they call it here? From my SS1, SS2, SS3, SS1, SS2, SS3. Let's say GS3, SS1, SS2. Anyway, let me put it that way. It is the price I got from the school, because it is I be the best in my class or second in my class. They usually give us notebook and textbook and whatever you are going to use for the next class. That was how I graduated from my school. So when I talk about life story, I can write book about it anyway. You know, I'm here. I just quiet and make laugh and make joke and talk, but I've seen a lot in life. So, and everywhere I go, I always like. I'm not saying that I'm belittle myself, but I'm trying to stay cool and lie low and do whatever I think it is best for me to make money at that time. Like I said to you, I clean drainage for government of Antigua and Barbuda for good 2 years. I cleaned drainage. I cut grass on the side road. I went through all that before I moved to prison service and be a correctional officer. So there's no story somebody wants to tell me that I don't have idea of it. So
you know, Baba Kore, as we were talking, I was just reminded of the story I heard of a guy that he went for an interview in London for a job. So you know, all those questions that they ask you just to see your personality, and that standard question: how do you respond to pressure? You know, are you able to function under pressure? And then the guy is a Nigerian, by the way. He then went through the story of his life that he's the firstborn and only boy in his family who are dirt poor. You know, he said that to educate himself, he got a scholarship, but that scholarship was for only the top 2 positions in the class. Mm-hmm. So he had to maintain top 2 positions in every class. Now, because they were so poor, he could not abuse his own textbook. So he had to make sure that his textbooks were pristine so that he could pass them on down to his younger ones. But he couldn't miss the top 2 positions in any class because he knew if he missed it, his education ended.
That's right.
And then, of course, he still had to fend for his family in some part. Before he got to the train station, they phoned him that you got the job, you know. You know, because that's a winner right there. That's
exactly.
Right there.
That is why I love Nigeria. It is just that we don't have good government. Nigerians are this. How do I put it? Resilience. They can they can even go inside mountain and they can achieve what they want to achieve. I'm not talking of those this were 419 of fraudsters. I'm talking of those who really know what they are doing and they don't really want to involve in any this dirty job to make money. I'm not talking of dirty job of cleaning drainage or whatever anyway, or working as a customer service agent. I'm talking of stay on computer and just bike onike or whatever that is not legitimate. So Nigeria, if anywhere you go in Nigeria, you will see them that they are top notch. They do what they can do to achieve what they want to achieve in life. That is Nigerian. That is we Nigerians. It is just that we don't have government. If we have government, like I always say on this platform, any day Nigeria gets itself together, Africa will get itself together, the whole black race will be respected and they will get themselves together. That is we Nigerians. It is just that we do not have good government. And will I say some European did it to suit themselves? Will I say that? I will say yes, but at the same time I will say no, because if my people, like the president we have, all these people that we have that will be leading us in all this way, if they believe that okay, these are my people, I'm not going to dance to the stone of this person, to these people. I want to do what is right for my people. Nigeria will move forward better than the way we are right now. Look at Tinubu now going to Chatham House because that is his apartment. So he want to go there now and preach, but left us that he want to be the leader or be our leader. Left us. He couldn't answer our question. He couldn't attend any occasion that we invited him to. He preferred to just have his own those people that we have a ask him soft question. He organized that so that we won't find his lapses. So I'm not going to say that European people still doing us by now, but we ourselves, our leaders. Look at what happened in so many African countries. Look at what happened in Burkina Faso. Look at what happened to Thomas Sankara. Name them. It is the same black people collided with all these European nation and killed these people. Look at Patrick Lumumba. So it is we, the same black, architect the downfall of these people. Are we going to say that European causing it? It doesn't really matter whatever they promise you. They might promise you White House. If you really devote your time that this is my people, we share the same color, and I want better things for them, we are not going to find ourselves in this mess. We are not going to.
All right, well said, Baba Kure. So, gentlemen, I think I'm going to start to round off here because I'm not sure that there's anything else that anybody else can.
It's too early, one man.
What else can we say that is? What else can we say that can be better than what we've heard from Baba Kure?
Yeah, no, Baba Kure's story is very touching, heart-touching story.
It will be an anything else we'll say will be an anticlimax.
But one thing I took
it will be an anticlimax unless anybody wants to share an inspirational story. But I don't want to discuss I don't want to discuss politics after what Baba Kure just shared with us.
Good. One thing I took about the story is that Baba Kure, you went to secondary school during the time of SSS. That's just SSS.
He's a young man now.
You're a young man. You're not like our old man.
Young man at 47, right?
You are young now. You are young. Anybody that is anybody that went to SSS, anybody that went to SSS between that 47, 46, you are young, my brother. Because SSS was changed.
All right. So, do you have an inspirational story to share as well? Otherwise,
I don't have that.
but I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk politics anymore.
I wanted to join this conversation before, but I was busy taking care of my kids for getting them ready for school. This guy that just came in and started sacking obas and sacking people. These are delicate.
Yes.
Got me so confused and shocked. Like I just
no,
came
it's
in.
not sacking obas. What actually happened was that the outgoing, it was just handing out all manners of appointments and giving people obaship just within the last week of him leaving. So it was putting roadblocks in the way of Adeleke. And as soon as he came in, he was just removing the roadblocks. They didn't follow. Yeah.
That's one thing I don't understand. You have done your time. You live in peace. Why will you not cause problem for the next person? Government is continuity. Why will you not start causing problem or create problem for the next person that is coming up? Going to come on. If the guy is going to probe you, you're still going to probe you. And again, I heard that he said that he left 14 billion naira in the state coffers.
That 14 billion that he said he left, we will know later now. Maybe you already issued, maybe you already awarded contract that we can't away all those.
Maybe it's like Peter will be sort of 14 billion.
Like a one-man friend.
Yes, fine. But for who saying that he left 14 billion, that guy need to be stripped and whipped. Oshun is like more of like a countryside, nothing there. 14 billion will go a long way for development. So you had that kind of money since and you kept it there. Pensioners are crying and so many things on
don't mind him. And so then they talk. By the time this one go through the amount he left, go into details of everything that he left behind, you go to see they go come out with a different figure. You don't know politicians.
But both figures will be a lie, though, because Oyetola would have lied about how much he left, but then Adeleke would lie about how much he saw there, because he would need to clear his election spending before, and he has to pay people back now that invested in his elections. So all the figures will be lies.
True that. And that guy, that Adeleke, sorry to say, this guy's a sorry case to be a governor. When I saw the guy dancing on a parade, on a motorcade parade, which is supposed to stand still.
Why do you call him a sorry case?
It's a sorry case.
People voted for him. You are saying it's a sorry case.
But it's a sorry case. At least for anything at all, that motorcade parade, you're supposed to stand and respect the unity and the flag and the state, whatever. You are dancing. So one guy said, "Will you dance in the funeral when you are mourning? Like a sudden death of your good friend, you go there, start be dancing, do those your dance because you want to show you are a happy senator or a dancing senator." Man, Nigeria. When will Nigeria get it right?
I would love to be at the federal executive meeting when he turns up for the first time. Buhari will look at him and say, "My God, thank God that I'm out of here. Thank God that that's the most ridiculous of people."
It had us, man. Let's see how it goes. Anyway, we all know that his brother is the brain behind him. Anyway, his brother won't be the one rolling.
Is his brother not dead? I thought his brother was dead.
No, what's not to him now?
Ishaku.
No, Davido's father is not the head now.
Yeah, but the one that made the name of that family.
Yeah, Ishaku is dead now. Ishaku is dead. Yeah. I know. I said Davido's father still had brain too. That he was one that still steal the ship of that of their family. So I guess he won't be controlling that government anyway. He was one that installed before a senator, though he took a free senator before they changed this thing now. The act. Before, if you die, you just a normal appointed back that they choose and put in there, and we just
their fella. They have that family political heritage. You see,
for a long time.
Their father too was a member of Action Group. Was with Awolowo, and even the Second Republic, their father was a UPM leader too in that state, a big politician. So before his uncle, his brother Adeleke.
become a military governor.
He was the first executive governor of Osun State when they newly created that state. He was the first elected governor of that state. Isiaka Adeleke Sherubawon.
Yeah, they tried. They tried though. But there was another better one that was supposed to go to that position, but they're kicking out really bad. And that one is very articulated and calm and well-studied guy. But they say no, they prefer the dancing senator than him. So I just wonder what we're going to see.
That one doesn't have structure now. That's what we are talking about. When you don't have structure, who want to?
That's why they kick him
out. It doesn't have structure now. But this one is a willy. One man. Let what be speak on the artifact they are bringing to Benin now.
Yes. Did you hear that?
He doesn't joke with anything that has to do with Benin Kingdom.
I heard that. Man. See my wife changing pampers is shouting, help me. What I change every day. Now to change pampers.
Your wife should know how to change pampers now.
They so leave this boy with me that I'm so used. The boy is so used to me now. He does nothing. She does nothing. He just left the boy for me. Anyway, let me just tell you one thing now briefly. This woman, I don't know. I want her to use her mouth to say it. Can you tell one man yourself?
How?
Tell him now.
Tell what?
What? Oh. Yeah, tell him.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
You want me to tell him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Yes, we can.
Yeah. My son was born just 6 months ago.
Yes, we know. Yes. Then, congratulations. Yes.
Then I'm already pregnant again.
All right.
What busy?
Are you trying to
report? Just 6 months ago. Then I'm already pregnant.
Are you trying to repopulate Japan? One Piece.
No, it's you.
Congratulations first. Yes.
Thank you.
Well done. Do you know what you're having?
No, we just find out she's pregnant, so we'll take it from here now.
Wow.
Now One Piece. Hey,
Benin Kingdom. You kill me. That's when she told me she's pregnant. I said, 2 babies on one man show. I'll break the record though. I'm the first guy to have.
Well done.
2 kids on one man show. Anyway. Back to the artifact. Yeah,
congratulations first. Congratulations.
Thanks. That is more money now. One time she get pregnant, she increased my monthly money, whether with £500 or £1,000. That's it. I'm dying. Yeah, one man. That's the first thing she tells me.
Wow.
Anyway, it's okay. Yeah, thank God that they are bringing this artifact back now, because British was really the last to agree that we will return the artifact. At one point, they said that we're going to loan it to us. You can imagine that, one man. They said they will loan it to us, we display it, and we return it back. So we are being on.
There was a real debate around that, and some guy was explaining that the artifacts will be better in the British Museum because it will get more exposure and they can handle it better.
Can you imagine?
And I was just sitting down there, just my mouth just opened that. I had to wind back to see that I heard what I heard.
Yeah, you can imagine how they were thinking. I think the one they are returning now is just from one of the museums, because totally in Britain we have 4,000 artifacts in total. So I think one of the museum, because the British, like we were saying, they have different laws when it comes to all this artifact and all that. So I think it's about 6, a bit 6 museums that has all those artifacts in the UK. But again, before this time, 2 weeks ago, actually people are finding that do politics. The governor has already yield. He already yield to the royal monarch, and because there was an ambush from Europe too. Again, they wanted to they were doing everything to bring this artifact from London, mostly the one from London. They ambushed us again at one point that they wanted to create MOA, Edo Museum, whatever, and our monarch said no. what we are agreeing on is the Benin artifact, Benin Museum. That is for all the Benin descendants, not Edo. When you make it Edo, it's now peculiar to one just certain people, which is not right. So that has been a big toss-up between the palace and it was on China's. And
is there a dedicated museum for these artifacts?
Yes, they are building
I
right
heard
now.
that they are building it. You should have it already.
Yeah, because the government, let me just say the government, they started this thing by 2018 because they gave them time frame to build it before 4 years to build before the artifact arrived 2022. And I think Britain committed 4 million pounds to it, and other European countries contributed too. But suddenly, just after the election, 2020 election, the government make a U-turn, said they want to build the MOA. So we don't have this in agreement. So the Benin people was too strong with the palace that no, you cannot do this, and you will not do this. Even though you have all the federal might, and the Buhari and Buhari again was with the palace, and they stood firm. So it was a big tussle for the government. But just 2 weeks ago, the Obaseki have to finally, since 2018 to 2020, the first time the governor has seen the Oba's eyes was 2 weeks ago. He went to yield and then begged that he will build the Benin Museum because a finger cannot be.
If there's one place in Nigeria that should have a museum, it is Benin.
Yeah,
the history is so deep and
deep.
so rich.
Yeah, that's what the Oba was saying. The history is so deep. You can't just bring it and turn it into a business. This is a big history, and again, it's not all the artifacts that is coming is artifacts. Some are. How do I say it in English? They are for deities, not even to be displayed. If what those artifacts they are bringing, many will go back into the shrine. There's only few that, at least there were some that were just made for ceremonial display for event. Those ones that can be displayed, but those are for the gods. Our way of living. Those go back to the shrine. You cannot bring all those things and put them and start displaying them and all that. So we have when the artifacts come back, we have to separate them. Then the one that will put for display, that will put for display. If they will need to sell to enhance the state, yeah, because the artifact now they are so expensive to cushion the state up and all that. So there has been a big tussle, and 2 weeks ago, when he saw that there's no way that we are getting an artifact, he healed and said he will build the Benin Royal Museum. So he's building it now, and Britain is returning the first 900. Germany is supposed to return 1,200, but the Oba Benin put a hold on it because the government has some issue. But now they are settled now. I think that will come next year. So total, we'll be getting about 2,000 something artifact. We've gotten some few before in total, and this thing started.
I was going to ask, well, please, does there have to be some sort of cleansing ceremony?
Yeah. Yes, a lot.
They have to do. The deities have to welcome.
Yeah, they'll do a lot. They'll do a lot because like some of they took some they took some from inside, like people call Osun inside Osuname. They took so many things we're not supposed to be touched, so they have to replace all those things back. And all those things have been having issues. So like we'll be using a subsidy to appease them. So when the original one came back, we have to do the things the way it's supposed to be done. There were appeals done and all that, so that the thing will calm the system back. And this artifact matter started since 1938. The first one they returned was a Vuramen regalia. That was the first artifact they returned. So we have been on it since, and thank God we are getting there now. So it's just to show that if we stand together and fight for what we really want, we will get it, and Nigeria will be a better place. If Nigeria's Branberry, can you come on the line and tell us the better history of this artifact? I don't really know what you know. I don't know. So it's good you come and help us. You'll be on the chatting section.
All right. Whilst Branberry is wanting to come on, apologies to Ayo, who has done the buy the coffee thing. He did the buy the coffee just as soon as the session launched. And I'm not quite sure that I got that mentioned. But yes, the 100% has still been maintained. Only really because of Ayo, otherwise they'd have lost that 100% a long time ago. So thank you, Ayo, for that. But no, who did they hand it over to? Is it the Oba or the state?
No. The way it's coming now, the way it comes to the federal government. Because when they took it was an empire. Now they're turning it is a state now. So first of all, go to the the federal government. You go to the, I don't know how you call it, Minister of, you go to Lai Mohammed, to one other guy.
Lai Mohammed, yeah, he got the last set the last time.
Yeah, he goes to Lai Mohammed, and he goes to one other guy again. One other guy, I see something Farouk, that the head of a Nigerian museum. Then that will now bring it to Benin and present it to us. That is the process has been following. So yeah, it's a very good thing. It's a very good thing that they are returning it. And if we can still fight like this, probably the British and the Western will return a lot of things to us again. You know, not only our artifact, our economy, because they are really taking a lot of things from us.
Do you know that? Do you know that the biggest jewel on the British crown was gotten from India, and they took it from their royalty system.
Yeah,
they call it the Star of India.
Star of India, yeah.
So they looted everybody really. They just loot, and and then you are begging. My God, it's unbelievable.
No, the British they loot the world. They loot the world to make themselves, because you can imagine things that look at the things they took from South Africa, the gold they took from South Africa. Too much gold they took from South Africa. You know, not from Ghana. They loot the world to build their country. But again, sometimes I feel pity for them. They have to return all those things back. What would they be left with? How would they not remember their conquest? You know, sometimes I feel pity for them, but that does not make it right. You cannot keep them. You have to give it back to the.
You know, there was a time though, especially where you are from in Benin, that Osage and the rest of them, they were going into their farm. You know, there was a period that almost every household had some sort of statuette that they poured libation to. There was a time that the Osages were looting their own shrines to sell it to the
Yes.
You used to do that a lot in the early 2000s.
2000 was a little too late. Late 80s, middle 80s to 90s was epidemic in Benin. They had to start warning people to stop it. People were selling because they didn't even know, what they have. Some of the stuff they have, some of this they have some talks, like we call it ukure, means that the family deity, spirit. Some of them are like 600 years old, because they'll be passing it from generation to generation like that. Depends on the family. So these people will just come and tell them want to buy it and show them some bulk of that. And that naira was 20 naira. They don't have 1,000 that time. I think 20 naira was the biggest. They will show them bulk of 20 naira, and people will just carry it and sell it. They're going to replace it with a wooden one. They didn't know what they were selling was 100 times what they were giving them. It was problem, one man. People sold their father's shrine out to all these attic readers in how they call them, when they go searching for attic. They were selling their shrine. How did you know that, one man?
I know everything now. What does I know? I know everything. Yeah. I know the wayward Osages. They will go and because a lot of these statuettes. I'm not quite sure. Let's call them statuettes. You can't just pick them up. You have to pour something. They will even do the rituals to be able to lift it, and then they will take it to the Oyinbo people, and then it's only so that they can go and chant some alero down the road, and then they spend the money within 1 month.
Mama, how do you know these things?
I know everything now. There's nothing I don't know.
People sold they sold their. Some people. There's one thing you just said.
Do you stand guilty as well? Do you stand guilty as well? Look at this guy.
No. My grandfather's own from, like, my father's own side. We have, like I said, we have the Semero. That one is controlled by the community. So we cannot be touched. So we pass generation to them. My elder brother will take it. Then from my mother's side, we are Idubo. It's being controlled now by the elder. The first son, because my grandfather is late, so it's gonna that one is just still there. Those are very important at this thing. But a lot of people sold. There's something you just said that stopped me. There are some of those things that in the farm road. There's something in the farm. They put in the farm. They can't bring to their people. Went there and bring it and sell it. Go to their farm and bring their father's this thing, great grandfather whatever, and they sold it for cheap cover. cheap cover. And this is to them, if you go to where they are set, if you go to the museum, they are waiting for like $10 million, $15 million, or $30 million. What they sold that time, maybe for 15,000 naira at that time. You just bring a 20 naira note. If you just heap in Ghana must go. And lazy youth, they were so lazy then. If not for the abroad one man, probably they would have sold everything. Probably they would have sold the status in Ring Road. Abroad was one that stopped those things. It was hell. But those white people, they are devilish.
They are devilish. They are not the ones stealing your day. How are they devilish? Are you not the ones stealing your deities, your artifacts?
No, after they stole, they came again with Koni and buy what is left.
Of course, now when they know the value and you don't, when they know the
so it's really sad though. And that's the problem why they were using the British were trying saying that no artifact was stolen. Like what you mean no artifact was stolen? All the artifact you got was stolen.
The ones that they are returning from this museum, they've established categorically that they were looted.
Yes.
So there's no dispute that they were stolen.
That's it. That one they are bringing now, that's it's going to take the process of process. The one they are returning now, the one they stole from the museum. Because at one time we had that debate. We were trying to come up with it's not artifact was stolen, some this, that. I said no. Because artifact at that time, mostly in Benin that time, there was a law. The Obas was not controlling the artifact. So the people that have is between the Oba, how will I say, maybe Oba give permission for them to have it. Not like now we can just go to there's a street called Igun Street. So they are the one making artifact in Benin. So that people were making for the Oba, and they make artifact for Oba for daily activities. Whatever happened in Benin, then if Oba have a guest, whatever, they'll make it to keep the history. So if Oba want to give present to somebody or the one of the chiefs, you could make an artifact like one. So that's why other people have like one, but Oba have thousands of them in his this thing. So they're trying to come up with that it's not only the palace. Which other place people? Nobody lost their artifact. The other people still have the artifact apart from one they sold. So the artifact people took was from the palace. So I think they have, as we said, they have established those ones that they took from the palace and they are returning it. They are still going to return more. And for me, if they return it, they should keep those one that is for the palace, and the one that is for display, they can sell some to generate money for the state and keep some in the museum, because we really need money in that state. We need to move forward, and this hungry is too much.
Maybe that will bring back the past glory of Benin.
Yeah. It should, because actually the artifacts are really, really expensive. Like, I'm so scared that if they
because
bring
they're
it
not
now,
actually artifacts, are they? They are
no,
deities.
they are deities. Yeah. The only few are artifacts, from those ones they make, like when the white people came, those ones they have as a ceremony, this thing for the ceremonial design for the white people have for the event. So all those ones can be displayed or so, but the other ones, like all those head of something, toss, those are deities. Like just one, the Benin are really pushing for the return is the head of Isago, that is people call Shago. If you see that, you get chills in your body.
Where is it? Is it if it's here in the UK? I can go and see.
Go and check. I think it's the UK. I think it's UK.
Is it on display? Do you know? Because you know a lot of those artifacts, they are not actually on display. They are just archived somewhere.
Yeah, like fourth floor. They say like fourth floor, fifth floor in British Museum. I saw it on the. It was on the. There's a Benin seminar they did. They were opening. It's on the page. I think it was on page 20 something. They said that it's so precious to the Benin. It's so precious to the Benin that they needed some of the head of Isago. How we depicted Isago was a ram head. When I saw the picture, you get chills. Like, how did they design this thing details by details? Details by a bronze that is like red. They designed like red. Oh man. But the head of the Isago, I was expecting to see a woman or a man. It was a ram head. Like, what? So the Benin wanted so much, and there's another one again. The start of life. Man, there's so many things. There are so many artifacts. Very good ones, things that have to return back.
Are the Benins, are they the most voodoo people in Africa?
No, the Yorubas nah.
No, I think it, no, I think it's actually no. I think it's their worries. Their worries are probably the most voodoo.
You see, Bakure, Ondo, go to Ondo there. What they do, you don't believe your eyes. Just bother.
Where in Ondo?
I don't really know much about it because you know what's funny? Bakure, you know, Ondo is a mix with Benin. There's some village of Benin that is inside Ondo. There's a village of Ondo that is inside Benin.
Are you talking? You're talking about Owo?
Not only Owo.
Part of
Ondo. Ondo. I have a cousin. Their mother's village inside Akure there, and their Benin. Their villages from there.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You know, and inside Benin, their village, Yoruba, they call it Yoruba village, or they get their name inside Benin. They are Yoruba, they are Ondo citizens. They are inside Benin. I don't know what they call. I don't know what they divide that state, because that state is too. It will cause problem in the future because they are really intertwined.
They are really intertwined. Yeah. Ondo, Ekiti, Owo, Edo.
Yeah.
They were all, you know,
together
before.
Yeah, they're supposed to leave that space because it's bringing problem. They are really intertwined. My uncle speaks Yoruba clearly. His name is Oshodi. His father, yeah, Oshodi. Speak Yoruba. My father's first cousin, and their village is in Ondo there, and they are Benin. So you see, like, you know. So, but it's okay. The Benin are not the most. Just that the Benins are very.
Do you have land? Do you have land in Benin? What place?
So much.
Are you building?
No, I have. I can tell you, I have 2 projects. I have 2 hotels there. I have
hotels.
I have 2 that I'm building. I can send to you. That's almost finished. They are doing ties now.
Hotels.
No, not really big hotels.
Do you know what's happened to bungalows? Why are people not building bungalows anymore? Everybody seems to be building hotels.
Well, no, Benin. Let me tell you, Benin is not like Lagos or other state. Benin is just like one way. One thing that if it's pure water that is raining, everybody start doing pure water. You start seeing borehole.
Because everybody that I know, even in my personal life, they are building hotels and guest houses.
Yes, hospitalities now. Because in Benin, Friday to Saturday, you will not get a space. You will not get a space to book. Even the hotel 5,000 is already fully booked. Hotel 5,000 is fully booked.
Are you building a classic joint, or is it?
Oh no, mine is they call it a service. They call it a service apartment, but in Japan.
Oh right, okay, yeah, I think I know.
It's a 16 blocks.
Baba knows about all those Ijoma business. Look at that. Look at how his face lit up.
I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about it. One man, I don't know anything about it. Just
it's like
I don't know.
Actually, Benin is in Nigeria now. Benin is among the 4 fast developing states. Highly developing.
You know places like Benin and Ile-Ife, these are places that should be just done up so beautifully.
Yes.
So that there should be weekend mini break spots where you just go and, you know.
Yeah, I was talking to one of my Benin students. He said like they should have a train, tie roads, because the roads that all these roads, like issue we are saying that I do pass through here, I do a few pass here. All these places, it's supposed to be a historical place that people go and visit. They're supposed to have to be a train road that leads Benin. That if they're telling you can be following the road, they'll be beside the bus. They'll be telling you this junction, Kikoko full stop here before you move here. The same thing they're doing in Japan. They will have making money from it. You're supposed to develop that area, and there's supposed to be a lot of money. You know. We're just telling me which other. I told him I said that project is a big map project. That I just told him, but it actually makes sense. Like Ife, Benin, even Oyo, there's places that are places that they have to develop, and we're supposed to make money from it. Not even white people. We have to be going to.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like for instance, I'm very much interested in culture, and there is no culture that fascinates me more than the Edo Benin culture. So it'd be just good if I had a sense of safety. Let's say I was living in Lagos, let me even take Friday off and go and spend a long weekend in Benin and imbue myself in the. So those are sort of things now. Benin should be a tourist hub
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
supposed to.
for Nigerians and the world, because it's a world history. As you can see, everybody loves the culture. Also, why are they not making money from it?
It's supposed to, because Nigerian government just like this oil did a lot to us, pull us back too much.
Yeah, forget the oil now. Maybe the Oba is there. Why has the
What I'm
Oba
saying,
not championed that space?
one day you ask me one question here. Everything in
Oba doesn't have power. All the
yeah,
power is in the hand of the governor.
No. The Oba has power in Benin, because the Oba will point the governor to say, I want this way. And if he doesn't do it, then the people go against him.
Do you know there's so many things
Is that not so?
Yeah, there are so many things we recommend to the government, but the Oba can say, the second thing the people will follow. Now, again, what interests the people, like that Benin Royal Museum, now the people, you interest the people, and when the Oba said it, everybody stood by it. The Oba proposes so many things, but if this modern life again is affecting us, just so many things we are facing as a challenge. But what I'm trying to say is this: this tourism, because of oil we have, so we just neglect so many other aspects that can give us money. If the federal government has invested in tourism, there are so many places in Nigeria that we can generate money from. Benin, Osun, is Osun. Oh, that Oshogbo River, that Osun Festival. I've been there once. Then when it was during time of my friend's father was the commissioner. Then one time governor, not like when they hand over, when Babangida said they took over, change power. We went at that time. It was fun. He's one married to this this Nike Art Gallery in Lagos. That really big Yoruba woman that is doing artwork. Nike Art. Woman, do you know her?
Sorry.
Nike
Art. Yeah, she's in Lekki now. She's in Lekki.
Now she's married to my friend's father, former commissioner Kundaye.
She has a world reputation.
Yes, now world reputation. She has lectured in Harvard. Yeah, give seminar, not be lecture. Give seminar in Harvard, big university. Yale. They invite her. This is like somebody that didn't have degree that is lecturing, giving seminar in big universities, workplaces, So this kind of things, those kind of places, heritage, you have to preserve them. Only within Nigeria alone, just moving within Nigeria alone, we generate billions. People going for sightseeing. Where this past 3 years, we don't even know. For all these things are there, they're just going away or letting our great grandfather holding the history. And again, our abroad is doing more damage. When our senior brother travel abroad, our grandfather would not have a point to pass it to the younger one. He would die, and the history would just go like that. So when the old man died, the library burns down. So
you know that Nike Art. When you visit, she feeds people. This is what you mean, isn't it? This place. Yeah, that's not the Nike, by the way. She's,
no, not the Nike.
Some elderly woman.
Yeah, it's old now.
But some stunning art you get there.
Yeah, she had art. When I started going to their house, when they actually the man they moved from Abulegba to that Lekki. I went to their house in Abulegba. The commissioner.
There she is. That's the Nike. That's
Nike Art. Yeah, that's Nike Art. So this one is very talented. Very talented.
I'm not sure if she's an artist, a collector, or a curator.
She was. She started with all this Oshun, traditional prints. How you call it? They make few of the.
Is it Adire or
Adire? Yeah. We make natural Adire. They make their own cutting to make everything from zero to. Then from there, that's how it started. Then started putting art, and he's gifted too. Started making different prints, doing different art, just different design. That's how she blew up and became very. Their first husband is a white man, though. She was married to a white man before, had kids, 2 kids.
Yeah, but it's usually a white person that liberates that level of creativity. What she has created, it has to come from a white cause.
Yeah.
Because Nigerians don't think that way.
Yeah, her first husband was a white man. Then after she came back, when she met Commissioner Kudayi, Commissioner Kudayi was the commissioner of Osun State at that time. Then one time administrator, when they handed over power before interim government, before Abacha took over power, then became the commander in police college in Ikeja. So I was in university, so I used to go to, that was the 90s. So I used to go to their place. That's on the sun with my friends. So I used to go to their house in Abuleg, but then they just moved to Lekki. So all those kind of things, we have to develop that space, and we make money from our tourism. There's so much money in our tourism space. We don't even know how then people move to Lagos. How they want to move to the place. Just one day I was watching one program, and this Equerry guy was saying, this is the road that the Equerry followed that came to Port Harcourt. This kind of road is supposed to be preserved. There's a place I go to in Japan here to go and just inside sea, they build a hut inside the sea. They said this place, this man followed to come and create, found this land. People go there in buses, school children, and people travel from different states in Japan to go to that place. You know how much is that? It creates jobs for the drivers. It creates jobs for the transporters. It creates jobs for the companies that are manufacturing the buses. It creates jobs for people that are selling things around the area. They sell snack. They'll make candy like look like the hut. Just go see that place, and you see people there in thousands. You know, so in Nigeria, we have 250 million. We have a lot of cultures. We have the Nok culture. We've not even gone to the Nok side to see how they were living before. We have different cultures around Nigeria, and we don't develop them. We just face. I think this foreigner that is ruling us is a really problem, as Una can say, is a Sudani of.
All right. So, War Peace, with your permission, now I want to seek to start to round
Yeah,
off.
thanks.
Let me start it off with Baba Akure, who I think wants to go to bed. So, Baba Akure, the man of the day, so the man of the hour, Baba Akure, give us a few more words before you say your goodbye, Baba Akure.
All right, thank you very much, everybody, for having me tonight. I'm very glad to share my experience of life, and whatever I say, that is the truth of the matter, and that is just a tip of an iceberg of what I already see in life, anyway. So, and any young person or any individual that is listening to this platform, I would suggest they listen to it and take it and take the advice. Like I always say, believe in yourself, believe in your potential, believe in God if you are a Christian. But I always say believe in whatever you believe, because I'm not going to put my own religion above of any other. So believe in what you believe. If you believe that it works for you, believe in that, and believe that you can achieve whatever you want. And I think with that, you will be good. So that is my advice for everybody that is listening to us. Today is not there for our politics anyway. So that is just it. Thank you very, very much. I'm very happy, and that is me anyway. And whatever I say here, that is how I feel, and that is the truth of the matter. There is nothing hidden. That is me. If I have passion of talking, I always tell exactly how I feel about things and how I think things should be. So thank you very much for having me tonight.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. So Baba Akure, one of the superstars of, in fact, one of the superstars of the platform, but certainly, definitely the superstar of today. So thank you, Baba Akure. Hopefully, we see you in the next session. So there it is. So we welcome those sort of stories. By the way, it's not just about politics. I see it as somewhat like a family sort of something. So we want life as well as politics, and that's life right there. I will try Akim only to fulfill all righteousness. Of course, he has gone to bed already. Akim, are you there? All right. You listen to the playback, and then you just so that you don't miss Baba Akure's story. So thank you, Akim. So from Akim, let's go on to War Pace. War Pace, closing remarks. Our man from the band. The soon-to-be daddy, who was just a daddy. Let the woman have a break. Oh, I mean, what are you doing now? What is this? Let her have a break. Give her a break.
One, it's not my fault now. When you have such a young and beautiful woman, which is just
look at
now she's 29. Let me take all I can take.
Look at this man.
I've been making her since she's 20. I said, this woman you don't know me. Have you been in one? I'll tell you. I will make you try. And again, she is ready to show that you. Sometimes when I accuse her, don't have more baby. You say, what about your mother? Your mother didn't have 8 children. I say, okay. We not go wrong.
What's the family size in Japan? I imagine it's dad and 2 kids, mom, dad, 2 kids.
One, two. Nah, she's gonna have 5. Is a record breaker. They're gonna look at her like somebody like. I find out they'll look at her. They'll give kudos to the husband and say, "Ha, Kai, this guy is not resting."
Yeah. One touch. Should I play you the? This is for you. This one is one touch. This is for you. Funny enough, it's from your side of the
yes, so leave our side alone.
It's
going to be the next battle of northeast country. Yeah, no, but anyway, kids are blessing, child are blessing.
Of course, yes.
And again, they say it takes any food to make a child, but it takes a man to be a father. So I'm ready for and capable. By the grace of God, we do all we can and leave the rest for God. You understand me? I really love kids anyway. Anyway, my country people, already the final hour of the day. My favorite now, put the comments section. We're not click like, share, and thumbs up. Make you not forget to buy coffee. Do what I say, not what I do. Make you try buy coffee because you don't me I will buy my own. Like booyaka. Soon I go see him. Today I was very cool melody section, few panelists, which is very good. We have to talk. Other than that, if we do 7 hours or other than that, but it's not here. Would they wait for you next time? I think National Mind just came in now. I think I be this media guy. It cannot be this. It cannot be National Mind. But if you not come, I greet you. Oga Jalikoko, I greet you. Oga Progressive, I greet you. Hope you did okay. One man. Thank you. Let me face the order of the day and let me take care of the day.
All right. Go change some nappies.
I'm out.
All right. Thank you. So daddy duty resumes. But the daddy of the platform, the mighty one himself. Ajane Koko, the final word.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Let us thank Baba Kule for taking the time to tell us his success story. I think everybody have one story or the other of that we can tell of where we are coming from. Here we are in a foreign land. We are blessed. We are living comfortable. No fear of insecurity. No fear of no food to eat. Every infrastructure function well around us. Basic amenities of life, everything available. High-bound water, 24 hours electricity. And we have to thank God. And listening to Baba Kule, I think she will tell us something that we should not forget where we are coming from. No matter what the situation, no matter what the situation of the country, we should still remember our people back home. We should still try to help them and help people around us here too. People that, we found ourselves in a position to help. We should help them as well. And that's what I can take from all what Baba Kure have said. He worked hard like every other person, and God had put him in a comfortable position of leadership in his community. And that's why we are advising him that he should not see himself as just an ordinary person in that community or in that town. he should go for the position of political leadership to lead his people, so that all of them together as Nigerians can contribute hugely to the economic growth, political development of that area, and tell that community that they are not there just to live in, but to as well contribute their own quota to the development of where they live. So I hope we will consider our advice. We would like to hear from him that one day that he's contesting for one political position, and when that happens, we will pray for him, and he will surely win that contest. And by the grace of God, we shall all be present on his inauguration day to assume that political office. So, Babagre, so other than that, let me thank our people at the commentary section. You are the strength of the platform. You've been with us from the beginning to the end. God bless you all as well. And our listeners around the world, click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so right now before we leave. And to one man, another 4.5 hours. Thank you for bringing us together. And world peace, congratulations to you and your family. Another baby is on the way. Congratulations to you and your wife as well. So we are happy that you can announce it to One Man Went to Moon platform, because we are family. So and God will continue to strengthen us together and strengthen your family as well. So other than that, thank you, One Man. Have a good night. See you tomorrow by the grace of God, and we'll continue the struggle from there. Thank you, One Man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko, and thank you, everybody. So to the super chatter in the singular, and to the coffee buyer in the singular, and to the in-betweeners in the plentiful. So to one and all, thank you. Thank you for your company. We don't take it for granted that you will be here, but you are here, and we're grateful for it. So thank you for spending the time. Make sure you've clicked on the like button, because all the way through, you never really see the like buttons, the like thing showing near enough the amount of audience that seems to be paying attention. So there's a missing gap there somewhere that only you can fill. So fill in the missing gap by clicking on the like button. So it's been one of those sessions again, and this is how the platform has been evolving. So we kick it off with the politics, and then we end up in human. It's like after hours. I think the first hour or two, we go hammer and thong at the politics of it. And then in about the 2-hour mark thereabouts, then we ebb into some life story type thing. And then that is how it goes. So Baba Kure, definitely, I am certainly inspired. Is that stoicism, isn't it? It's not peculiarly to any culture, but it is identifiable to somebody like me, especially as a Yoruba person. Is that stoicism? It's those principles of, if you do the right things, things have a good chance of going well. So if you just do the right things, and make the right effort, things have a good chance of going well. And that belief was again exemplified by that motivational story that Baba Kure told us all. If you are not motivated, if you are not motivated by Baba Kure's narrative, then I hold my hands up in surrender on your behalf. You're just a hopeless case then. So you're not. So don't be a hopeless case. Come take the motivation and inspiration same time tomorrow. So if here, carry conversation on within the comment section over here. I say peace.